We go down.
I will be down.
All right. Welcome everybody to the playground. I'm Pixie Phoenix. I'm a full-time variety streamer here on Twitch, and today you're joining us for a charity stream for Extra Life. Extra Life is a fantastic fundraising for I'm sorry, I'm still waking up. Children's Miracle Networks of Hospitals. Every year I fundraise for these guys, and this year I'm actually participating in Tabletop Appreciation Weekend. I'm joined today by Knox, our storyteller, Cog, who plays Vash. We've got Taylor. Taylor, what's your character's name?
Violet.
Oh, okay. You didn't change your character name under your profile picture.
Let me do that.
And we've got Zach playing Vaxis.
I just noticed that 3 out of our 4 people have V names.
Yeah.
Vash, Violet, Vax.
Okay, there we go. It should show me as Violet now.
Yes.
Yep.
We're good.
Yep.
Yay!
So, everybody in chat, how are you this morning? It's been a few days. I've been ill. So, we're here now. We love to hear from you guys in chat, and we do try to respond as best we can. And, yes, if you guys have questions about Extra Life, please let me know in the chat. I can either try to explain, or if we're in the middle of a game, I can send you resources to go check out more details about Extra Life. So I'll throw it over to my crew. How are we all doing this morning?
Ready to get
Good.
A little
started.
tired.
Ready to get started.
We're ready. And I
Also
think we're
still
gonna
waking
rock
up,
it out.
but yeah.
Mhm. Yup.
Well, let's see if we can't get everybody a little woke up with some gunfire. Welcome,
Oh,
everybody,
fun.
to our Extra Life Hunter the Reckoning 5th edition. I guess this isn't really a chronicle since we're only doing it today. Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe.
So, let's get this started. Our quartet of hunters is sitting in a parking lot. It is just after 3 a.m. It has been a very, very long day. They are here because Shadebreak Cell's leader, Jimena Gomez, received a tip from a local Special Affairs Division agent that a trio of potential blank bodies who are seeming to operate both during the day and have been working out of this old warehouse, not too far off the waters of the Puget Sound. Jimena has been able to provide our quartet with a detailed layout of the building, garage on the front side, two separate garages on the back, and doors on the opposing walls. Our quartet knows that there is also an office and a basement. As they step out of the van to get ready to take this job, which is to say, investigate and exterminate quickly. Vaxis, as the second in command of Shadebreaks, what is your first out of the van? So, what do you look like? What would your first thing be right out the gate?
Just trying to get some intel from where we are and move to. Do we have a point like that where we should be moving to, or?
No, the only information that you've been given from Jimena has been basically the layout of the building and the known blank bodies that are supposed to be there.
Okay. And I guess we, kind of tactically head towards the bodies.
Now, keep in mind, blank bodies are the derogatory slang term for vampires.
Ah, okay.
What was it again?
Okay.
Blank bodies.
Okay.
Called such because they don't show up on thermal scanners.
All right. Okay.
So we basically need to scout and just try and figure out what we can about the situation without getting into the blank body's purview.
It sounded like Jimena wanted you guys to take care of the problem.
Yeah, there was
Take
the
care.
word
Okay.
exterminate. Exterminate.
So, describe Vaxis. What does Vaxis look like?
Vax I'm probably looks a lot like me, but more clean shaven, more actually, up to date with trimmings and.
Fair. Second out of the van is Jasper. So, Jasper, how do you feel about this? What do you look like? How do you feel about this situation?
Well, I'm a little shyer, more reserved, maybe a little more anxious and nervous. I'm always the kind of guy that feels like I'm better in a backup position. I feel inadequate in trying to be the lead guy. That's probably just a reflection of my look being taller, kind of lanky, thin, without being gaunt, slightly effeminate. And the artist type, the starving artist type.
And how does Jasper feel about being in near an industrial warehouse after 3 a.m. having to be dealing with this?
He's not shaking in his boots, but he's also not thrilled to be here.
Very fair. Bash, you're out next. So describe what you look like and what it is. What is something about this situation that you're concerned about?
Step out of the car, van with my kind of decked out gear, kind of black in the night, so that way I blend in. And I'm a little nervous because there's those blank bodies, but there might be more in the warehouse.
That's very.
I'm not ready to kick the hornet's nest just yet.
We're pulling up to the blood rave.
Industrial warehouse raves.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Man, those are the day.
Party time.
Violet, as you
Yes.
climb out of the van, describe what Violet looks like and what she's worried about.
Violet is about 5'5", with dark hair. Dark. Most of her clothes are dark. Black jacket. Black leather jacket, I should say. And she's a little twitchy because she kind of wants a cigarette because she's stressed out.
Well,
She's worried. She's absent-mindedly rubbing her neck. Rubbing the scar on her neck and just trying to keep the collar of her jacket up. it wouldn't be her first encounter with vampires or blank bodies, as they're called. But she's not really looking forward to running into them again.
So the four of you are out of the van and you are standing in the parking lot outside of this warehouse. So looking around, you've got behind the warehouse, there is another road. There's like an access road that's back there that goes to the back of all of the industrial buildings here. But you also have a very, very short, kind of thin tree line before water. You've got other warehouses that are in significantly either disrepair or outright condemned on either side. So you are pretty sure that maybe there's some homeless people here, there might be some squatters, but otherwise, it's just you and them. So what is your first set of actions that you guys are going to do? What is your... Vaxis mentioned that he wanted to do some reconnaissance. So how are you guys going to move on this?
I'm assuming we would have brought
Agree with
walkies.
Vash that we need to go do some recon. Yeah.
I think maybe before we go too further, maybe we should explain what our skills are. Because I think that in game we would already be familiar with what of our skills are.
That's not a
and
bad point. Just a quick rundown.
Yeah.
So, okay. So then I will let you explain, each of you explain your skills so the rest of the group is a little more keen on what everybody knows.
For me, as far as any kind of fighting or self-defense, I basically use a few different martial arts, hand-to-hand stuff, but I'm not going to be good for weapons, so just keep that in mind. A lot of my story has to do with spending a fair amount of time in New Orleans, so I've learned skills like pickpocketing, counterfeiting, being able to get certain documents, that kind of stuff. I have linguistics and Japanese, if that's needed. My contact is a security systems expert, so if we need kind of any techie security help with that. What else?
Safe house.
And I took safe house, so we should have 2 points in safe house.
You
Yes.
actually
We
have...
have a few more.
You picked
I put
one?
some in safe house. too,
Okay, so we have a
yeah.
pretty good safe house situation then.
Okay,
We have
cool.
a very good safe house.
So that should be it for me. Who next?
Vash.
I
You're muted.
am.
Oh,
No,
there you are.
we're all
Okay,
muted.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all muted. My
No, I just saw his mouth and lips moving before the sound came across. So it
Delay.
Yeah.
I am more of the computer scientific person. I can whip up different chemical compounds and make
Oh,
certain things that
chemist.
we need. hmm
Ooh.
Nice.
That way, if we need to heal up or some weird specialty food, through my couch surfing travels, I picked up quite a few little interesting things after the tragic incidents that happened to some beloved family members.
Oh, so you can make that gourmet ramen.
That pizza ramen, you
That's
know
where
it.
you put the egg in there.
Yes,
The chashu.
and just kind of mainly a little bit more in the background for when people need things or I need to find out that information. Um, Not too great with weapons. I'm okay with some hand to hand, but I'm mainly a brain, not a brawn.
Very fair. Violet.
I would say Violet would be the researcher. She's very interested in knowledge and learning, and that applies to general things, but also when necessary about whatever we're facing. She has a library she can access, an artifact that can warn her of impending danger. She's good with botany, with plants. So if there's anything like poisonous or useful in the area, she could probably identify it. She has a contact that is a pawn shop owner, so anything we really could need within a certain range of things, we have access to. As for fighting, she's good with firearms.
Thank
She's
God.
not really that.
Oh my god, yes.
It's like there can't be 4 of us walking around with our laptops.
No, she has 2 points in firearms.
Nice.
It's the only, like, she doesn't have anything in, like, brawl or melee, but she has firearms. She's good at stealth and survival.
And Vaxis.
Yep, I'm. You guys would know that I, excuse me, had spent a good portion of my life in a mental institution because when my parents were killed by werewolves, the stories I told got me locked up, or put away for a while. But my parents were wealthy, so I do have resources. And I did spend some of my points to upgrade the safe house as well. But I'm mainly a sneaky tech kind of guy. So high athletics, high subterfuge, high stealth, high tech, high dex, and then some other mental traits. Not very strength based, but I do have some in brawl and melee.
So
It seems we're all fairly stealthy.
that's probably good, because most of these things are
Yeah.
not things you want to try to take on head on.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no.
So, with that information shared with our viewers, how are you going to approach this warehouse?
I guess there's a lot of tech people here, so I guess first to see if we can tap into whatever surveillance or whatever security the warehouse already has set up. It
So-
seems like kind of tapping in to try and take
You could-
over whatever camera feeds or.
You can do that, Vax, but I think it's also smart that the rest of us, walk the grounds and just kind of see what's already outside, possibly watching us.
Now, it's also one of those situations where this warehouse, you're not even sure if the utilities are turned on. This is not a brand new, spanking new warehouse. This is in a fair state of disrepair. It's not completely dilapidated.
Asylum. Remember Asylum?
Silo?
No, not the
Yeah,
Silo.
Silo.
Well, Silo's same situation, but also Asylum here in Austin. It was like a dilapidated warehouse, like out on a farm road. Like people would have to bring generators to throw raves because it was just a shack. I don't know how they got away with it for years, but it was just a shack. So I'm guessing
was-
that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Did
I'm
anybody
kind
throw
of,
night
I
vision
think,
goggles in the van?
What was that called?
Did anybody throw night vision goggles in the van?
Violet would have.
So then you've got, we'll say that you have a set of night vision goggles, which I would also be guessing that Violet would also be using.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
If somebody else needs them, though, she'll give them.
so what is your first action here?
I think looking around, seeing signs, trying to see signs of movement.
So from the outside, you don't see any signs of movement. You can hear the cars going by locally. You can hear the lapping of the waves of the sound. But in terms of actual movement or anything like that, or seeing any signs of movement on the grounds, you guys appear to be the only things living here.
No footprints, nothing.
No, nothing like that. But it's concrete. There's nothing
Okay.
to. You're in a parking lot.
True.
So
Would it best to go ahead?
I was gonna say, so let's go down the line of everybody's intention. Jasper, how are you wanting to approach this?
I mean, I think just like all the good cop movies, we should probably like at least like walk the perimeter of the building first. Considering there are no cameras, there's no way to like get an advanced look at what's going on around us. Maybe break off in pairs just to be safe.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So then, who is pairing off?
I'll go with Jasper.
I'll go with Vaxis.
I'll go with Vash then. Yeah.
All right. So let's. We will start with Jasper and Violet. As you were creeping, so are you walking the perimeter of the property, or are you headed directly for the perimeter of the external perimeter of the building itself?
Oh, okay. So what is this kind of scale on that?
It is. It's probably about, let's say, 120 feet wide. Depth on it's probably 60 feet. It's like a warehouse. It might have been used for, given the front garages that are there. It might have been used as kind of like an in-between transport warehouse. Things dropped off, moved over to another truck, exported out.
What's the size of the property? Like an acre? 2 acres?
Yeah, it's probably about an acre, maybe acre and a half, but most of that is parking and flat concrete around it.
Yeah, I mean, if we can visually see around us around the property, and we're not at least seeing anything by the naked eye, I would just say encircle the building first if that's where we're headed.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we'll say that you're heading along for lack of a better way to put it, the left side of the building, while the other two are headed along the right. On the left side of the building, there is a set of glass doors that are just caked in grime. It is dirty and dusty. This glass has probably not been cleaned in 20 years, maybe 30 years.
Yes.
It is
Ooh, gross.
it is
It looks
crusty.
like the windshield of my car.
It is crusty, brown, murky, and you can't see through it. However, you do notice one thing about it. Along the side of the building, there is dirt and dust and debris has piled up and things like that. But this door has definitely been used because the area right in front of it is kind of worn and cleared out. Not saying it's clean.
Do we
Just-
both notice this?
Just that this has definitely been used. So what do you guys want to do with this information?
Probably text it to the other guys. No reason
Yeah,
to walk all
if
the
we
way
have
back if we can just, send things remotely. That way we can continue to
Okay.
go around.
When you get along the back, you see it looks very, very similar to the front, except that it also has two garages, not just the one.
Okay.
The other thing that's worth noting is that both of those garages are open. One is half open, the other is completely open.
Okay.
What do we see on the inside of the garages?
You'd have to be there a fair ways down. You'd have to move up to be able to see actually be
Okay.
able to see inside.
Okay. I think Violet just kind of points them out.
Yeah, we can
So-
text the guys that we found a way in.
Yeah, that would be good.
Vaxis. So you are moving along the right side of the perimeter. Now, as you're having to cross over, you see the front garage, which is closed. You happen to notice that there are recent tire tracks there, going through the dirt and some of the mud. So you know that somebody has driven through here recently. It's difficult to tell exactly how long ago.
Does it look like they were coming or going?
I would say
Like if they went through mud, like does the mud continue onto the concrete like they drove over the concrete after the mud? Or does it look like they drove away and there's no mud on the concrete?
it looks like they were probably coming.
Okay.
That the vehicles are driving into the warehouse.
So
Is there
it looks like we definitely probably have someone inside.
So, what do you do with this information? And keep in mind, this would be about the same time period you would be getting the text from Jasper and Violet with what they have found.
Okay, we probably text back that we see vehicle tracks coming in from this side.
Okay. So, would
I just imagine Violet. Sorry.
go on?
Go ahead.
I just imagine Violet like peering over at the phone and just frowning.
So, Vaxis, what is your next set of moves here? Are you going to attempt to rendezvous, go back around and head the way that Jasper and Violet came, or are you guys going to continue on your perimeter going around on the other side?
I figured if they went around the building one way and we went around the other, we'd probably just both meet up on the other side of the building at some point. So
it would be the best kind of traversal to do the best reconnaissance on the building and look around and see if any of the vehicles were parked for a while, because they'll usually leave some stuff.
So on your side of the building, there is an exit door, one of those kind of old-fashioned, not old-fashioned, they're used everywhere. Metal doors, the ones with kind of like a push on it and everything like that, on that side. In your particular case, however, this door has two of the hinges, the middle and bottom hinge, have been undone, leaving the door hanging kind of haphazardly across. It's not closed. It's just kind of hanging at an angle.
okay, interesting. That took some force to.
So, what do you do? Do you head in or do you continue on?
I
I
think
would
I'd
say
let.
we continue. I wouldn't want to head into this building without the full group.
Mhm.
You know, like
Yeah.
I think I'd want to continue on, reconnect with the rest of the group, and just kind of see what we all decide as a team.
So
Uh,
when you, yes, Vash?
I was about to say, I think we should tread lightly because if that door's been messed up like that, that might be a little bit of a distraction. They might be watching us.
Mhm.
So when you guys get to the corner of the building, you can now see Jasper and Violet on the other side. And between the two of you, between the pairs of you, are the two garage doors. So what is the plan here? What are you going to do? And how are you going to communicate it to the other pair?
Are the garage doors open?
One of them is completely open, one of them is half open.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Violet would convey that. Just, yeah, one of them's open, one of them is kind of open.
So what are you going to do?
Where do we want to go in at? We
I'm
found a
kind of
couple
trying
different.
to think of where we want to reconvene at before we go in, just to get all four of us together. But
Well,
feel
if
like,
we
like,
each,
the-
if
the-
we
the two-
each took a different side, we would have kind of
met in the middle.
Mhm.
at the other end.
Yeah, we
Right,
converged
but it
all
seems
kind of
like
by
the middle is where the garage doors are, correct?
Correct.
correct.
So
Yeah,
where we
so-
would normally meet in the middle, there's these two garage doors. One of them's open all the way, one of them's open halfway. I'm not trying to give away the fact that we're there. So if we meet in the middle, we'd be meeting right outside of these garage doors where anyone inside would be able to see us.
So at this point, given the information that you have, you know that this building has basically 4 points of access. There's the two doors on either. So there's the glass doors on the one side, which looks like it probably would have been the business front entrance for customers. You know that there's the metal door, the exit door that is hanging off of a hinge on the other side. There's the two garage doors that are on the side you're on now, and on the side, basically the opposing side to that, there's the single garage door that you guys originally saw, but that's closed. So you know
Yes.
you've got a bunch of options here on how to actually breach the building.
Is
I
the
think
side
Bash-
side door partially open enough where if we go through that door, it won't make a noise?
You could try to creep through it, but there is definitely the chance that while you're trying to creep through it, that you would have to, that it would make some noise. That would be a roll.
I'm wondering if we should all meet up on the other side of the building and then all four of us go in from.
Yeah, I was gonna
Mhm.
say Violet would just like text Vash, like, or the group. I think there's a group chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, it should be probably.
Yeah.
We'll assume there's a
Yeah,
group
that's,
chat.
that's what we do in our.
Mhm.
That's what we do in our in Vampire the Masquerade. We have a group chat, so we
Shh.
just kind
Vampire
Yeah,
technology.
Yeah,
of.
she would text the group chat and be like, "Do we want to meet around the other side so whatever's in there don't see us coming in?"
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
And she
Go
would just
back to
like
where we started.
gesture. Yeah, yeah. She'd just reply, "Yeah, let's go back to where we started."
So everybody heads back to the front side of the.
To
of the-
regroup. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically back to the van.
Yeah.
As you head back to the van, the group chat pings with a message from Jimena, who says that once the situation is in hand and you've exterminated the blank bodies, you need to let her know, as Special Affairs Division is on their way in and wants to have a look at the scene.
Violet just looks at her phone and rolls her eyes.
Like shit, we'll be done when we be done.
Bash
Yeah.
response, understood. As soon as we get the confirmation, we'll let you know.
So, what are you guys doing? What is the plan of action here?
I think we're just conferring amongst ourselves to try and figure out which route in is going to be the best route. We identified entrances on both sides with the door that was loose, and on Jasper and Violet's side, you guys had an entrance too, right? Trying to
Yeah,
remember
we
now.
found a glass door that looks like it's been
The
opened,
glass doors,
and
that's right.
yeah, and then the garage doors, that one of them was open, one of them was half open. Which do you think would be better, the glass door or the garage door?
And there's three: the glass door, the garage doors, and then the one door we found off its hinges on our side.
The door
Mm,
off
the
the
Ricky
hinges
one.
sounds like it's a trap. The door that's off
Even-
its hinges sounds like it's a trap.
Yeah, and even walking through the front door type situation, it's like, to me, it seems like sneaking through the garage would at least give us an element of surprise should it be needed.
I agree.
I can concur with
So
that.
back around to the back side,
Go
and then
through
do we use
half-open door.
the garage door that's fully open, or the half open door? You say?
Half
I
open.
mean, if it's
Yeah.
half open and we can scoot under without moving it, that's the main thing. If it requires movement and noise, then we should probably just go through the open one.
I don't know if it's half
Yeah.
open. I'm pretty sure we can get in. That's not an issue. The
Yeah, that
issue
shouldn't be
is
an
just
issue.
going to be what. Yeah, the issue is just going to be what anyone inside that garage can see out, because they'd be able to see our feet before we can see them. If we're coming into a house, so we'd have to just do some scouting on that door to make sure there's no one in that garage bay when we come in.
I think Violet should poke her head in the building first to do a little look around with her goggles, just to make sure that nobody's
Yeah.
waiting right by the door to lop our heads off. That might be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, probably me. Okay.
So,
So,
let me just to clarify the action here. You guys are going to head back around on the side with the half-open garage door closest to your side, correct?
Correct.
And then you're going to attempt to sneak through there. All right.
Correct.
Violet's gonna poke her head in a little bit.
As the quartet gets around the side of the building, you can smell cigarette smoke.
Oh no.
How are you saying, oh no? I thought that was your favorite smell.
It is, but she's like, it's something that she's.
Vampires don't smoke.
It's a craving.
Actually, they can.
Do they?
It's
can
a
will it.
craving that
It's-
she's.
It's one of those things
Yeah.
like being able to have sex or being able to like show that you're breathing. You can attain that behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
So, as you creep along the side of the building towards the open garage, you can hear feet scuffing against the floor. The long inhales of someone smoking. Violet. Do you creep ahead and attempt to poke your head around the corner to check out the inside of the garage for the group?
I think she'd stop and she wouldn't want to speak. She'd text it to the group. Do you smell that? Do you hear that?
If we're right behind, then yeah.
She's
So-
like, and I imagine everybody has their phones on silent.
Yeah. Yep.
So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
He asks the group, should I proceed? Do you want me to still poke my head in?
Well, although it is possible for them to smoke, let's look at the
It's-
chances here. Like, there's 4 of us, so even if it is a vamp, we at least have each other's back. I say shyly. But that's my vote. Sneaky.
I think, yeah.
Just
I-
knowledge that we would probably know. There are more than just vampires. There are also ghouls. So
Yeah.
vampires will have ghouls that are still human, but that they.
I would say that
Typically,
that's
they would
actually information that you may not have available to you.
Really? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Don't be meta.
Sorry. I thought we would know that, but I guess I guess not. We don't know that. Okay.
That would probably be. I mean, there's rumors, there's assumptions, but you guys have not, as of this point.
We're still like a new cell.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I would text in the group saying somebody needs to create a little bit of a commotion on one side, so that way
Distraction.
it might draw out what's there. The door on the side that's hanging on by the hinge would be a really good kind of indentation if there's a bunch of ghouls in there or vampires or whatever's
See
there.
if we can find a way to pull the door down, just make a noise or something. Or open,
Yep.
open the door, make it slam.
Exactly.
Violet's just like, so am I not poking my head in?
So what are you guys gonna do?
I would say that if we can be inconspicuous enough, Violet, maybe you should keep your head poked in a little. That way, when the distraction is made, you should be able to see any movement on your goggles.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so who is going to go create the distraction?
Looks at Jasper.
Vash text back in the group. Since I mentioned it, I guess I'll.
I don't think
I'll
we
do
need a
the-
text. I think we're all standing together at this point. I
We're
think
trying to
all-
keep quiet, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
Remember,
we're trying to like
These
stay
creatures
silent.
have very good
Okay.
hearing.
Superhuman.
Okay. If that's the case, then
So who is going to who is going to go rattle the back door, as it were?
I guess I'll do it. I don't mind.
Okay, so Vaxis is going to go do that, while Violet goes to take a peek through the garage.
Yeah.
Violet, I need you to make a roll for me.
And I've got
Okay.
her back. Like, Jasper's not just gonna be like, get in there. I'm stealthily and anxiously kind of at her back.
Okay, Violet, I need you to roll your dexterity and your stealth. So you're looking at a total of 5 die.
Okay. No. Did I? Hold on. Did I do that right? Dexterity.
Did you clicked
Yes.
on the link on
Yeah.
the on the
Yeah.
profile? Cool.
Yeah, I think if you're just doing the base skills, it should work. It's when you
It'll
have
work.
to combo with an
The despair
action.
dice.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Right. Okay.
so you peek your head around the door, and you see two people who are in the room. One is not too terribly far from you. He's kind of a pudgy guy. Looks like he's maybe mid 5 feet. Older. His hair is kind of white, kind of everywhere, kind of has that like mad scientist thing look going on.
Mm.
And he is nervously pacing near the doors, the garage doors, and smoking.
Well, you wanted
There-
a cigarette. Sorry.
On the other side of the warehouse, looking at a laptop, is a thin, almost gaunt-looking woman, covered in tattoos. She's got a super short haircut, wearing like overalls and a crop top tee, lot of jewelry, lot of like necklaces and earrings, and she's typing on the laptop. When Vaxis, when you decide to do something, what are you doing with the door?
I figure it's half hanging off the hinges already.
Right.
I just try and see if I can remove the door entirely and just like, kind of make it clang.
Clatter to
you're-
the ground.
So you're gonna try to you're gonna basically try to pull it off of where it's resting and try to
I
attach
assume
it.
is it still held in by like a pin? On
Yeah,
the
it's
hinge?
still held on by the top hinge.
And then probably try and pop that top hinge, like that pin out of the top hinge and just
Let it
see
drop.
where the door. Yeah, just let it drop.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to roll your So this is going to be a weird roll for you. So this is going to be your strength and your technology, because you are attempting to manipulate the pin. Doesn't look correct.
Doesn't?
Nope.
No, because it only rolled 4 dice instead of 5.
Yep.
Okay, let me just do the.
Yeah.
There you go. And that says 3. I don't
Yep.
know
3
that
successes.
There's only 1 0 though. 1 0, and then all 4 of the other dice are
Because
under 5.
isn't it either 0 or 1 can be a failure?
Well, no. So there should only be 1 success there.
Yeah, the fact that it says success is 3 is puzzling me because the 0 is the only one that should have been a
So-
success. The 1, 3, 4, 4 were all failures.
So do you want to blow a willpower to reroll 1?
Hey,
Or
if
to
we have
reroll
willpower, let's do
3.
it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
First willpower spend of the night. Day.
I know,
Whatever.
it's so weird. It's so weird.
Okay.
Morning.
So
Mm.
3 successes. It takes a little bit of finagling as you were trying to get that pin out. It is rusted. There's no WD-40 here. You're having to, the door is kind of working against you. So it takes a minute for you to finally pop that pin. But when you do,
It's
the
okay, I
pin,
use KY jelly.
Is that what was back in the band?
Oh.
Why the van smells like ass.
Ooh.
The pin pops, and the door clatters off its hinges. It falls, lands on the edge, and then falls down. Now, Violet, when you're watching all of this, the two people who are in the warehouse, their heads snap. The dude drops his cigarette. Woman jumps up and she pulls out a thin but fairly long knife and starts stalking towards that door.
Quick text, like she backs up a little bit, and quick text to the group chat. She's got a blade.
So what are you guys
With-
doing now?
With our night vision goggles, you said they have like a heat vision mode as well, thermal mode.
No, they're just night vision goggles.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
I
that
think-
would have been too helpful.
yeah.
That's not
I
how night
already,
vision
like,
goggles work,
I already was just like, hey, my contact is a pawn shop. So
Right.
I think Violet pulling out all the stops would have been a bit too much.
I
So-
think once pulling the pin, I would come back to regroup.
So you're you're heading back gonna run back to the group.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your next, now that you know that they are on edge, now that you have nudged the hornet's nest, what are you doing?
I guess we use that distraction to try and get in. We were waiting by the half open garage door. The distraction to kind of sneak in and figure out what's going on here.
I think we need to grab the laptop because she didn't shut it. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, definitely. Like if once we get in, yeah, definitely grab her laptop or the laptop she was on. Figure out what she was doing on there.
Would Violet have seen what was on the screen?
No, it was facing away from you.
Okay.
Did I mention the two vans? Have I mentioned the two vans yet?
No.
Oh,
Violet,
What?
you would have seen when you looked in that there are two vans that are positioned facing the exterior garage doors.
She would convey that to the group. Just, there are two vans.
And I would try to sneak pictures of the license plates.
No plates.
Oh.
Mm.
So two vans, no
Are the-
plates.
Are the windshields blackened?
No.
No? Hmm.
Can we see anything inside with the light that is here?
No, I mean, they're in the warehouse. You guys don't have, unless you guys are heading in, you guys, which has not been made clear to me, you guys don't have
No.
access.
I thought that was the next step.
Okay.
So are you guys heading?
Yeah, after the distraction and meeting back up with them, I thought we were sneaking into the half-open garage.
Well,
Yeah,
have the
garage
other
with the
people,
half-open door.
have the two others gone outside, or are they still in the garage?
Well, they had gone out to the other side of the building where that busted door was. So I'm guessing that once that it made a noise enough that they just made their way back to us.
So worth mentioning, you only saw the woman get up to investigate.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
smoking-
okay.
Smoking guy never didn't move towards it. Being clear.
I think she would text the group Only one of them went out. There's still one inside.
Knifey is on the way to
He's
you.
smoking though.
Yeah.
He's smoking though, which makes me think he's not a vampire.
You never know.
But I thought he dropped his cigarette when the door fell.
Yeah, I thought so too.
No, he's still smoking. In this economy, gotta throw
Oh,
cigarettes
God, I
away.
know.
Yeah, cigarettes are expensive.
Seriously, I see
Especially
somebody.
when you're dead and you can't have a job.
At this point, he's probably
Yeah.
I think we risk it and try to subdue the person that's smoking.
That's what I
while
was
the others
saying.
walk away.
I think it's 4 against 1 at this point, and as far as I know, vampires don't smoke. So
Yeah.
So the four of you are going to basically try to rush him.
Yep.
yeah, why not? Rush and subdue.
I'm not.
I'm not rushing.
Mm-mm.
I'm not rushing. Violet doesn't do melee.
And I
Okay.
can, but
I
I'm
will.
not gonna like just run into it.
Okay, so Vash and Vax, are you going to attempt to rush the guy?
Sure, I'll parkour off a wall and like knock his ass out.
Okay, so you two are going to try to rush this guy. Jasper and Violet, what are you guys gonna do?
I mean, I'm staying in close range in case the guy gets violent and then I'm needed, but like I'm not rushing into battle.
Okay, but see, are you
Violet's
following in or are you staying
Mhm.
outside?
Nah, I'll follow in. I think we should at least all go in as a group.
Okay,
yeah.
so Violet, you're
Violet
also
stays on. Yeah, she's going in. She's staying on the outer edge because she is ranged.
okay. So here is what happens as you guys rush in. Vax, you rush and come under the garage door. And as soon as you do, the smoking guy sees you and screams in a semi-high pitched voice and says, "Oh my God, we're made!" The woman who has at this point walked back to her laptop after investigating the door that fell off. She is brandishing her blade and making her way to you guys. The vans both start up.
Oh, great. There are people in the vans.
So, what do you do? Are you Vax? Are you still rushing this guy, or are you, with all of this new information, are you changing tactics?
Kind of want to get the laptop and or the vans.
I would have to agree. The laptop's going to be the best source of information.
Mhm.
So
If there's a way to get out of this and still have the laptop and still run away, I think I'd be happy. But I'm not sure if that's a possibility at this point. But
it's definitely made it a lot harder.
So, what are you two doing?
Is somebody gonna rush towards the laptop instead?
yeah, I think I probably need to.
Okay, so Vaxus is running towards the laptop instead.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
Vax is
think I'm
heading
gonna-
towards the laptop, and intrinsically, that also means towards the woman with the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Vash, what are you doing?
I'm still going to rush the person that's screaming.
Okay, so you're gonna rush the pudgy guy.
Hmm.
Violet, what are you doing?
Can she see if they're like who's in the vans?
You with the lights on? No, you're basically facing into it with your night vision goggles on, which is making this entire thing really uncomfortable and unpleasant for you.
And she like put them on her head, like take them off of her eyes.
Yeah, you could push them up, but you would still have the light in your face. You'd still be hard pressed to be able to see who's in the.
It takes a while to adjust after taking them off.
Yeah.
Too. I'll tell you that much. Just from having worn them before in the military.
Would
Once
I-
you take them off, it takes a little bit to adjust.
So Violet, what are you gonna do?
She is backing up.
Okay, so you're basically gonna back out of the garage.
Not out of the garage, but like enough to where like she has line of sight on somebody if she needs to.
Okay.
Like are the lights from the van like in her face?
I mean they're
Yeah,
they're headlights.
that's what I meant. She's like getting out of that light so they're not blinding her.
Okay,
That
so you're just trying
Probably
to
doesn't
back
want to
out.
get hit, yeah, in case
Right.
they hit the gas.
Yeah.
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 So you're more going like off to the side of the front of the vans, not backing out of
Yeah.
the garage. Okay.
Yeah, she's not leaving the garage at all. She's getting out of the way.
Okay.
Jasper, what are you doing?
My initial thought is to protect Violet, and if I'm thinking that like these lights are turning on, this is turning into maximum overdrive, we're about to get like completely pummeled, I would probably try to, without realizing that she's already stepping away, I'd probably hook an arm around her and the two of us make sure that we are far enough off to the side.
Okay, so
Violet
you're
just kind of squeaks like, okay.
so you're pulling Violet out of position. Okay, so Vash, I need you to make a roll. I need you to roll your So when you attack this guy, what are you trying to do? Are you just trying to knock him down? Are you trying to
Just trying to knock him down so that way we can have a little bit of clean idea of what's going on. Is he in front of the vans?
Yeah, he'd basically be kind of in between.
In between, I would try to shove him in front of one of the vans so that way if they drive off, they'll run over him.
Okay, so you're gonna try to shove him. Got it. Okay, so
That's great.
that's going to be we'll say this will be a strength and will you say this is actually going to be your both of your strength, so strength plus strength, because you're just attempting to overpower him and shove him. So just roll for 4 die.
I've never seen that kind of a roll before. Even in Vampire, like as long as we've been doing Vampire, I don't think I've ever seen a trait and plus trait roll.
It doesn't happen very often in Vampire. It actually happens quite a bit in Hunter.
All right, and roll.
Good to know.
I would not use the buttons on the sheet. I would just use the roll script.
Yeah, VTM roll.
Yeah, bang
W4.
VTM space roll space W4. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That is not
Nice.
6 successes, but
It's 4
So,
successes, but
it is 4
I'm not sure
successes.
I don't know why the successes are off. It's but
We need to reset the
it was a good roll.
It's okay.
Roll 20.
We can do our own counting. It's 4 successes. So you grab this guy, running up on him, grab him by the front of his kind of dirty clothes, and he's shocked. He's kind of panicking. So you grab him and you throw him and shove him with all of your strength. He trips. And as he's stumbling back and falls into the path of one of the vans. We'll come to that in a second. Vaxis.
Uh-oh.
So you were rushing, you're trying to make your way to the laptop.
Mm-hmm.
In between you and the laptop is the thin woman with the knife. What are you going to do?
I'm just gonna try and dodge and grab the laptop and go. I'm gonna
Okay,
try and dodge the knife. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get past her altogether.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to basically dodge past and then snag this laptop. That's going to be your dex and your larceny, since you're attempting to steal this.
Okay.
It is a fairly high level of difficulty. Just warning you, because it's actively being guarded. Because this person is actively attempting to stop you. So that'll be 4, 5. So yeah, 5 die.
Stupid idea.
3. I see 3. I think it's counting 2 more successes. I think it's adding 2.
I have no idea.
That's what it looks like.
Do we
I'm
need to
not
reset
sure.
the API? I don't know if that would do any.
I don't know if that's gonna help.
Nah, we can count.
But on the
Do
other
you
one,
want
I had 1 success and it said 3.
So do you want to?
He had 4 successes and it says 6.
So do you want to spend another willpower and reroll 3?
Reroll 2.
Yeah.
Reroll 2. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Okay, so 4 successes. That's enough. You run straight at her, and at the very last second, as she goes to swipe at you with the knife, you dodge right between her arm, landing on your feet with kind of a deft roll. Jump up and you grab the laptop. This is a kind of a chunky style laptop. It is certainly not like a MacBook or something.
Like the one you sent us.
Yeah, it's like that. It's heavy.
Oh god.
Which is like a Linux.
So you've got the laptop in hand. She whips around on you and has knife in hand, and she smiles cruelly at you, and you definitely see fangs.
Ooh,
Oh.
shit.
I have a stupid idea.
And she says, "Oh, I'm going to take my time." Meanwhile,
Shit.
the 2 vans have started. The one near the open garage peels out and flies out, heading for the access road. The other one, with the garage that is half open, has multiple problems that it needs to deal with. Because Vash has thrown this guy in its way. The driver also peels out, and the van fishtails real hard.
Ooh.
he can't avoid the fat guy that Vash has thrown in front of him. So the van goes over the guy with a somewhat awful sounding something between a splorch and a crunch.
A splunge.
And then it kind of teeters. And the only reason that Violet is not having to make a dodge roll here is because Jasper has pulled her out of the way.
Awesome.
Yes.
The van teeters, full on hits the foundation of the building, basically the half of the open garage, and proceeds to then roll. Hits it and basically hits it at an angle and rolls, tearing the bottom half of the garage open and kind of sliding to a halt, maybe 10 feet out.
I have 2 ideas. Both are stupid.
So,
All stupid ideas here at this point.
Yup. Going with it.
So, at this point, there are basically 3 kind of separate situations that are visible to you. Jasper, Violet, you are now aware, although it is on the other side of the van that is now tipped over, that there is a van that is now escaping. There is a tipped over van that is in front of you. You know that someone is inside that van. Vax, you are holding the laptop and being looked at by a vampire with evil thoughts and a knife in its hand. Vash, you can see this situation unfolding, but you're in the unique position where you are actually behind the vampire. So, what is everyone doing?
At this point, since I've kind of got Vaxis in a sticky situation, and the vampire doesn't detect me just yet, I would probably either try to distract the vampire and yell out him, or throw something at the vampire.
Okay, so you're going to look for something to grab to throw at the vampire. Vaxis, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get out with the laptop.
At all costs.
At all costs.
Parkour! Let's go.
So you're going to try to run in the opposite direction.
Why not?
Basically. So a question, are you attempting to run basically back through the garage doors, or are you attempting to basically head for the closed garage or closed door on the other side, the closed garage door, or the glass doors, or are you headed for the open door that you opened up?
Back through the garage doors where everyone else is, because everything else at this point is an unknown. I don't know what else is in the building or what else is, between me and the other points of entry, exit.
Okay, so what you're actually going to attempt to do is you're going to attempt to dodge back past her.
Yes,
To get to your
that
team.
was the original thought, going past her to get the laptop and then back past her to get out.
Okay, gonna try your luck twice. So we know what you're doing. We know what Vash is doing. Jasper, Violet, what are you doing?
You think we should try to open the van door and see who's inside?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. Yeah?
Like, I know we're gonna have to
I
like
think
crawl
Violet-
up on, because you said it's on its side now, right? Yes. Which side, by the way? Driver's side?
Driver's side down.
Okay. So that might give us a small reach advantage. Yeah, I say we're gonna have to climb up on this thing, but if we get the door open, we can see who's inside.
was gonna say that you've also
Yeah.
got the back doors to the van as well.
Oh, yeah,
So it's
true.
the double doors in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Okay, that's useful.
Yeah, that's probably better.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you? So this is probably a reasonable question. Are you brandishing anything while you're doing this, or are you attempting to?
I'm playing this character somewhat to Al in the brass knucks and probably a pocket knife.
Okay. Violet, what are you doing? Are you have a pistol pulled, or are you?
Yeah, she's got a gun out.
Okay, we will assume that you have a kind of like a snub nose 38.
It's like a Ruger or a Walther.
Okay. So you guys are going to stock up on that. So Vash, there's like looks like maybe some old concrete, maybe a some piping that's on the ground. So what are you thinking what is your intention here? Are you just attempting to get her attention, or are you actually attempting to do any sort of damage here?
I'm just trying to get her attention because keeping Vaxus is going to be the most critical asset with him having the laptop.
Okay, so what are you grabbing up to throw?
I would probably grab some of the piping that's laying around. That way it makes a few clanks and just disorientates the vampire.
Okay, so you're going to grab that up and are you throwing it at her, or are you throwing it just kind of in?
I'm gonna throw it kind of to her right, so that way she's just kind of all over the place.
Okay, so you're doing that. Vaxis, you're trying to dodge back through. So I need you to make this is going to be your dex and athletics. And I'm pretty sure you're going to attempt to use your parkour here in order to get around her, correct?
Oh yeah.
So you'll get an additional 1 to your pool. So 4, 8, so pool of 9. So not a bad pool for you. Oh yeah.
1,
So
2, 3, 4. It's only 4 successes, not 6. Like I said, I think it's adding 2 for some reason.
Yeah, it looks like it's adding 2.
It looks like it's been adding 2 to all the results.
So do you want to reroll another willpower to attempt to add to your success pool, or do you want to stick with your 4?
Damn it. I guess. Damn it. It's 3 willpower already.
I was
Not
gonna say
even at the
you're
first break yet.
burning willpower.
Not even noon.
And I didn't even get any successes. So we're at 4.
Okay, so
Hopefully that's enough.
so Vax throws
Oh goodness.
Ooh.
Damn.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that was an opposing roll or a helping roll.
It was an opposing roll.
Opposing
ouch.
roll.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
So you go to dodge back through. Vax throws the pipes to her right. It doesn't even phase her. She didn't give 2 shits. She's completely focused on you, Vax. As you dodge through, trying the same trick again. At this point, she takes that knife and sticks it, and it catches basically at your arm, at your elbow, and goes all the way up to your wrist.
Ooh.
This hurts a lot. In addition to the fact that you are now gushing blood everywhere in front of a vampire, you also drop the laptop. The laptop hits the ground and you hear a shatter. So you are now back by your friends, but you have suffered 2 superficial damage. And are bleeding. You now are back near Vash, but holy fuck does that hurt. Outside. Who opens the van?
I will. Because she's got the gun.
So you're gonna
Yeah.
yank open the back?
Yeah, but because it's on its side, I'm going to crawl up onto the top and pull it open. Like, up like this.
Okay.
Okay.
That way I'm not in front of it as I'm pulling it open and someone dives out and fucks me up.
So when you pull open and Violet, what are you doing while she's doing this? Are you keeping your gun trained on the van? Are you attempting to stand to the side so that you're not directly in front of it? Like, what are you doing?
She's off to the side so that when he pulls the door open, she's not directly in front. She's
Okay.
got her gun trained at where somebody would come out, but she's not directly in front.
So when you pull open the van and you look inside, Violet, you see something incredibly unexpected. In the van, there is a body. It looks almost completely emaciated. However, also in the van are medical equipment. It was on a gurney, you think, but it's not anymore. The medical equipment had tubes going into its arms. It almost looks like blood transfusion equipment. Almost as if they were trying to put the blood back in the body.
What?
You also see the driver. He's
Can I?
at least one of his arms are severely broken. Bone jutting out. He's kind of thin. He's got a Nirvana shirt on, you know, the one with the big smiley face,
Mm-hmm.
and a pair of blue jeans. Kind of sandy blonde hair. And he is bone pale.
Yeah, whenever it's like, I guess I would at this point be like, is it safe? And should I jump down?
She just waves her hand down to like get down.
Yeah. That way I'm seeing what she's seeing.
So when you see this, you notice that the vampire is kind of moaning, but doesn't seem to be in a hurry to be doing anything. But you also see this scene with the body on the gurney and what looks like tubes going into its arms and blood bags that are splattered everywhere, which technically makes the whole situation look a lot worse than it actually is.
don't know. You think we should put a bullet in the guy up front? Be done with him?
I mean, he looks miserable.
One less fucking vamp on the street, man.
I mean, we've talked about this before. I don't think they're all bad, but I don't know what they're doing here. I think we need to. He doesn't look like he's in a position to really do much. Although we do have to be careful. I questions if we have time. There's a commotion over with Vash and Vax. So, God, that makes me think Critical Role. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, no,
Um,
too many B names. But anyway, I think we need to ask questions if we have a chance. But do we have time?
Critical Role, Vox and Vax.
yeah.
Yeah, Vax and Vax, the twins.
Well, I mean, if we think he's well enough incapacitated, then this guy in the back isn't going anywhere. Yeah, we might back up and help the guys.
Yeah, I think so.
'Cause, from I heard a bit of a scream over there, and when I looked, it looked like Vaxis was
That
like
was
holding
me.
his
I was
arm.
screaming like a bitch.
So I think he's injured. We should go check on his ass.
Screaming for Violet and the
Yeah,
others.
probably.
So when you turn around,
Probably.
it is now, you can see through the garage, and it is Vash standing there in the sights of this vampire. Vax is standing near Vash, bleeding like a proverbial stuck pig. You see the laptop on the
screaming like a
ground, and it is shattered.
I had the idea to she looks at Jasper. I had the idea to try to shoot the knife out of her hand. Do you think I should still try?
I'd pay money just to see that.
If I do it, you owe me $20.
So Violet, you're going to attempt to shoot the knife out of her hand.
Just blow her hand off.
Yeah.
At the wrist. Shoot her at the wrist.
All right,
A
this
flesh
is
wound.
Tis just a scratch.
Thank you for getting the reference.
so. This is your dex and your firearms, which is not a bad roll for you. However, this is also a targeted shot, which automatically increases the difficulty.
Now, I'm gonna line up an action. Should things work? If the shot is successful, I want to dive in and try to grab the laptop off the ground while she's distracted and bleeding.
Okay, so Violet, I need you to roll 5 die for me.
So it'd be, you say Dex and
It's going to be your dex and your and firearms.
okay.
But he's just giving you the total because we're just gonna roll it as a white dice roll.
Oh, we're doing the
Yeah.
okay.
So what if it's helpful? What I
Yeah,
do
I think
is just
memorable.
copy the rolling script, so it's just in the
And
clipboard,
paste.
and just paste it every time and change the number.
Okay. Oh, damn it. Got it.
You need to.
It
You need
needs
to put the bang.
exclamation point. Yeah.
you need the
Yeah,
exclamation point.
the bang was not copied. What?
I don't think that.
That doesn't show anything.
Yeah, no, that does. I don't think you rolled that correctly. Try.
Oh, there's
So
no number sign.
Yeah, no, don't do.
Replace the
number
number
sign
sign
with-
with
Right.
an actual number.
Okay. Thank you.
There we
All
go.
right.
Oof.
So, do you want to spend a willpower to reroll up to 3, or to reroll 3?
Yeah.
All right. So reroll 3.
How do
Man,
I?
as humans, our rolls suck.
Right. I'm looking over at Violet, Jasper, and Vaxus screaming, "What the hell did we get into this? This is not part of the plan!"
God damn. All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn.
So,
It's actually 5, but yeah. So
Well, I re-rolled 3.
no, it's still great. It's still
No,
great.
you did great.
But
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
I'm saying the success
God
is
for
just still
the
showing
crit.
7. It should be 5, but yeah.
I think
The
that should
hand's
be
going
enough.
bye-bye.
So-
Mm,
Violet sights up. She pulls the trigger, and the vampire's hand, basically right below the wrist, just disintegrates.
She looks at Jasper and points at them and says, "You owe me $20 now."
The this vampire, she is shrieking now, and it is ear-splitting, awful sound. So, Jasper, you're gonna run up and attempt to grab the remnants of the laptop.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, I have never been so happy to lose a bet.
Vash, what are you doing?
I am ripping parts of clothing off and trying to slow down the bleeding on Vax's arm because it's just all sorts of screwed up and kind of dangling there.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, in the middle of combat situation, you're going to attempt to do first aid on his arm.
We're not exactly sure she's not yet still a threat.
Yeah. She just because she doesn't have a
I'd get
hand
out
doesn't
first.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just because she doesn't have a hand doesn't mean that she's not still gonna try to fist you.
Oh.
Oh, no.
King Bingo has begun. Everybody, get your dobs out. Boop, boop.
Oh, no.
We need
Sam.
to make bingo cards before the next break.
Gonna be kind of stabby when it happens too.
Mm.
Some people are into that.
Yeah, for those of you that
Oh,
are
no.
not familiar.
I don't know too many
Monday-
people who are into being fisted with a bone that's sharp bone.
No,
That's-
I'm just saying those who are
There's
not
hentai
familiar
for
with our
everything.
Monday night,
You
with
know.
our Monday night sessions.
Anyways, Vash, what are you
usually-
doing?
We usually hit a.
Yeah, great. Read the room.
I would have to assess the situation and either decide on either trying to slow down bleeding so that way Vaxis doesn't bleed out, or taking on the vampire, and I'd have to choose taking on the vampire then at that point.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
I'm going to grab some of the concrete chunks and throw at the vampire.
Okay, so you're gonna scoop up some of those concrete chunks and you're gonna try to pitch it at her. Roll me your. This is gonna be your dex and your athletics. I could say strength and athletics, but it's really the same thing. So it's
5?
yeah, so it'll be 5.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll the one that was to reroll 3 of your die?
3. Yeah, because it's only 2.
Yeah, I'll use a willpower.
Okay. So reroll 3.
I typed the command in there and put a 3, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So one more
It's
success.
0 though.
So yeah, so that doubles. So with 2 that's a critical hit. So you pick up this thing, this chunk of concrete, and You throw it. It's got to weigh 10, 15 pounds. And you hit her square in the side of the head. And she drops. She's still kind of moaning and moving around, but she's not going anywhere. So
She gets. She's missing a hand and bashed beside the head. Blank bodies don't stand a chance.
So Vax, what are you doing now?
Is she out or is she just on the ground?
She's certainly out of the fight. You're asking
I'd
if she's
assume
dead.
being hunters-
She's not dead.
No, I know she's not dead. I'm assuming as hunters we would have stakes, though, right? Like we would be prepared to have stakes with us.
I don't think that you would have any sort of specialized equipment for hunting anything in particular. So I would assume that you're going to basically be having to improvise any solutions here.
Yeah, because remember, this was kind of started out as more of a reconnaissance. So not knowing what we'd get into, we wouldn't have probably packed for all eventualities.
I thought the instructions we got from Jimena were to like wipe out. Like this was a wipeout mission, right?
She
Like,
did
this is-
text exterminate.
So if this was an
Okay,
extermination
okay.
mission, I would think we would have come with stakes or something to end vampires.
I'll give that one to you. So yeah, I would say you probably have. Since she informed you that there were at least 3 on site, you would have had three stakes.
All right, then if she's out, stake her with the good arm.
Do we think at all that we can get any information from her though, or is that not
we
worth
might-
it? We
It
still
might
got
be
one
worth it.
knocked out in the van, you guys. So I mean, we may
Yeah.
still have
There's
someone
no-
to talk to.
There's also the one that got hit by the van.
You're
Oh, I
riding
thought
over
he
by
got
the van.
squunched.
Yeah,
I
he got
thought-
squunched.
Yeah, I thought
That
that one
Sounds
got
to me
just-
like massive damage.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
that one
he got
dead.
spun.
It just went.
Still a vampire.
So yeah, we
True.
still have 2. It's just I don't know if there's anything that she'll be able to tell us that they won't.
She would have
He
Yeah,
was
the.
the one-
She'll have
If she's
information
down
on
and
lockdown.
defenseless, I would stake her.
No, she has. She
Because
had access to the
staking-
laptop though.
Yes, the staking does not mean death.
So
Staking is not permadeath for
That's
vampires.
technically true.
so Vex, you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna stake her.
Yep.
Okay. So she is staked. What are you doing about the other 2?
I vote we remove some appendages so that way they're a little safer to handle.
Or some teeth.
Yeah, you want to pull their teeth?
Do we have pliers? Just pull their teeth out.
I think
I'm
there
sure
was
you-
a pair of rusty pliers in the van.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you could find pliers. On the other hand, do you really want to stick your hands in a
Yeah,
vampire's
mouth.
in a
and it's
conscious
not like they
vampire's
can't
mouth?
go get some more,
That's true.
right? We're not like really doing as much damage with that one per the risk versus appendages. So
Bragging rights, but
yeah, make a good necklace.
so what are you doing about? So let's handle these in a row. What are you gonna do about the one who got hit by the van?
I say we finish that one off. That one
Yeah,
was
he's
just
probably a
smoking
lackey.
and yeah, not very useful at all.
Okay, so how are you planning on doing this?
Why do I
have his
feel like
head
all
off?
eyes go to Violet?
Cut his head off.
We would know that like removing a head would pretty much
Burn
end
it?
a vampire, right? Would we know that
Uh,
at this point, or like what knowledge would we have as far as like
Yeah.
vampire lore and
I would
what,
say
what keeps
you-
them alive?
I would assume that you would know that any sort of major massive damage to vampires is probably taking off the head, you know, crushing the heart, things like that. You would also know that they are afraid of both fire and the sun.
Cut his head off and burn him. Leave nothing.
There a
That'd be-
can of gasoline anywhere?
Not in the warehouse, but you also haven't investigated all that much, so I will simply say not easily.
That we found, or
That
we've
that you found.
discovered yet.
Okay.
Is the van leaking gas at all? After it flipped?
Yes, the van is definitely probably leaking. Well, fluids, definitely from the engine at the very least.
So I propose 2 of us take a quick walk around, see if there's any useful tools, evidence of anything else, just anything that looks strange. The other 2 of us deal with the 2, well, technically 1 in the van, because the other one's just a body. We drag this guy out, see what information we can get off of him. Then I say we cut off all their heads, throw them in the van, and set the whole place on fire. Just burn the van inside the warehouse and be done with it.
Okay, so to
Right. We
So
can't.
Just an
I don't
idea,
think we'd be
just
able
an
to
idea.
move the van back into the warehouse. That's going to be the hard part, is getting the van into the warehouse because it's on its side.
yeah,
Yeah, that van's not moving.
There's no way we're going to be able to move it. We can definitely
okay. I
put
misunderstood
everything
the
in the
directions
van.
then, because I was under the impression that it tried to get out and then hit something and then flipped on like
And
inside.
it flipped over.
no,
Right.
it tore through the
No,
through
So
the
it made it
garage
through
and
the
then went
door
about.
and then okay, my bad. It was just a visual.
So we can definitely put everything in the van and set the van on fire, but we're not going to be able to move the van back into the garage.
Okay, same
So
difference.
That's the only part of your plan that wouldn't work. But yeah,
We-
you know, we
we
can
could-
definitely throw everything in the van and just set it on fire.
Okay, so who is going? If everybody is amenable to this, then who is going to go investigate the?
Let's see. Looking at skills.
Let's see.
Why can't there be points for arson?
Technically, that counts as subterfuge.
Oh,
Oh, then that should be
then
me.
I should take that.
I'll set the fire.
I got
okay.
3 in subterfuge.
Do you have a high? Yeah, so do I.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What about investigation?
I have 2 in investigation, but I think I should talk to or try to get information.
Do any of us?
So I'm saying, if you want me
have-
to set the fire, you can investigate. I'll set the fire. You can.
So who? So
Well, I
so
think we
if-
should stay in pairs, so it would just.
I'll stick with the Vaxis because he's dropping blood everywhere, and he's got a little bit of a vengeance for the crap shit that just happened.
Well, at least whoever has the best, would it be? I'm guessing either persuasion or intimidation to get information out of the busted guy.
I got 2 in persuasion.
I was gonna say it would entirely depend on how you were handling that situation.
Exactly, and I have 1 in persuasion, but no intimidation, obviously. little bitty Jasper.
I have no intimidation, but 2 in persuasion. And Violet's also a little bitty.
And both of you seems like you'd be persuading, not intimidating.
Yeah.
Why don't you
Okay.
let us at least?
And
Talk to the-
Violet also has the, let's see, the unseemly aura too.
Yeah, I think that me and Vi should take trying to interrogate the guy in the van, and once Bash has patched up Vax as best he can, they should maybe just walk around. I'm guessing this warehouse is not that big. Kind of do a walk around with a flashlight, see if you see anything of use, and then meet us back over here at the van, and all four of us
I didn't
take
mean to
care
do
of.
that.
It's okay.
I didn't mean.
All of us take
Yeah.
care of disposing of these bodies.
Okay, so just to clarify, who's investigating?
Violet, or not.
Jasper
Vash
and
and
Violet.
Vax.
We're investigating.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, yeah. We're investigating. Talking to the dude. We're trying to.
okay. So my question was, who's investigating and who's going to attempt to talk to the vampire?
Okay, Jasper and Violet are
Oh.
talking to the vampire. Vaxus and Vash are
doing the
going to invest. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine.
So
That works.
here,
That works.
so here's what you find when you go to investigate. One, when you head into and actually get the opportunity to kind of look around, there is a set of stairs that are in the floor heading down.
Mm.
When you head down the stairs, you find a really grisly scene. There is a grate that has been set into the floor that has a wash that is going right out to the sound, and there is a industrial wood chipper
Hmm.
from Night Landscaping that is down there. The grate itself is completely covered in gore and bone chips.
Night like Nigh or KNIGH?
Night like riding around on a horse.
Okay. Escape.
In the wood chipper,
Mm.
not having been fed through, you find a hand and part of an arm. It
Glad Violet's
is
not the one investigating this.
Yeah.
it is horribly emaciated and looks like skin basically just stretched over bone, like there's no muscle or anything. It has a slight bluish tint to it, and the fingernails are extremely long and somewhat sharp.
Hmm.
Other than that, in the basement, you don't find anything else.
Hmm.
You also, when you went to stake the woman, found a burner phone on her. But there are no outgoing calls, there are no contacts, and all of the calls that have been done that have come in are from a blocked number or a restricted number.
Sure, one of us. Technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Back at the outside,
Mm.
you also notice. So here's a question: when you guys are pulling things out of the van, are you pulling? So you pull the body out. Do you also pull all of the equipment out?
I think as much as we could.
Mm.
What do you think, Jasper?
I don't know. We may want to get rid of this as evidence. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of split.
We
Like, maybe take pictures
I
and then
mean-
burn it all.
pictures definitely. But we need to get to the driver
Yeah,
if we want to talk to him.
That's the first.
So when you guys pull everything out, you notice a couple things. One, the body is human. Death has been in the last couple of days. It wasn't violent. There's no signs of violent death on the body at all. There's no notable incisions or punctures, save for the needle in his arm. However, the skin has taken on a bluish tint.
Just like the hand. Oh, well, I didn't see that, so.
And it has kind of an oddly barkish texture.
Violet takes pictures of that.
The equipment is
Question.
sure.
I have 2 points in medicine. Would I know anything about that?
You would. This is transfusion equipment.
Okay.
This is actual, like, what you would find in like a mobile center or something like that, or at least some of it is. Some of the equipment that you don't know if it's been used or not looks like it's for taking blood out, but there's also definitely equipment for putting the blood in, which is what he was hooked up to. So
She looks at Jasper and says, "I think we're gonna have to burn both of these bodies."
Yeah, definitely.
And kind of nudges the human.
this is about the.
I was gonna
this
say,
is
if you could get a quick picture of the blue person's face, then we could possibly run recognition later after the fact. But yeah.
I think so too.
So this is also the point when you guys get a group text from Jimena that says, "Status update."
Everybody just send your pictures. That should be enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Violet just sends.
What was that acronym that was like? What was that acronym that was supposed to be like FUBAR?
Fucked up beyond all recognition.
Fubard?
No. There was one that the Hunter the Reckoning book actually like
What
specified.
was
like
that?
There was an acronym like FUBAR that was in the
Yeah,
Hunter.
I'm blanking.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
I'm trying to open it now to see what it was. It's a. There was an acronym they used in the book that was kind of like FUBAR, but basically.
A Hunter lexicon.
Oh, the book's taking a while.
12. It's not on the lexicon page. So, you get back a message very shortly
Anyway, FUBAR, but whatever.
from Jimena. It says, "You have about a half hour before sad Agent Frost and his cronies are on the scene."
We need to talk to this dude fast.
So put the bodies in the van. Yeah, put the bodies in the van, talk to the dude, and let's set it on fire and get the hell out.
So, do you attempt to talk to him while he's in the van, or do you guys attempt to drag him out?
I don't know. Keeping him in the position he's in might be uncomfortable, and that might help.
Yeah.
So,
And
So what do you say? What are you attempting to glean out of this? How are you
Violet
attempting to-
she once we get the body and the equipment out, Violet kind of crawls in a little bit. It's like, "Hey, you want to tell me what you were doing here?"
He grimaces. He says, "I was having a really amazing dream
Oh yeah? Wanna tell me about it?
He says, yeah, it was what your insides look like.
Oh, that's funny.
He smiles, flashing his fangs. He says, you're so fucked. You are so fucked.
Are you trying to intimidate me because it's not working?
He goes, oh no. He goes, I know I'm done. He says, I'm sure that you guys are gonna do something horrible to me. He said, but he kind of laughs and his tongue kind of lolls out of his mouth. He goes, oh, what August's got planned. You all are so fucked.
Who's August?
He gets real serious and he looks at you, he goes, you'll find out. You'll find out soon. And you'll wish you'd never ever shown up tonight.
Here's a question. Who's a little off topic. Who are you? You know anyone named Dimitri?
He looks at you and he goes, what?
Dimitri. You know him?
He looks at you like
And she just smiles.
you've lost your shit more than he has. He goes, I have no idea what the fuck you are talking about.
She just smiles. Fair enough. Can I?
Does it sound like he knows anything, or are we just wasting our breath?
Can I do? I don't know if this works the same. Can I do an insight check to
What are you
see if he's lying? If he
Uh,
actually does know, like,
Oh, no, there's almost no way you would be able to determine with the amount of information that you have available to you whether or not he's lying to
okay,
you.
okay. She just backs out of the van and looks at Jasper and like, this is something that I think Jasper would sort of pick up on. I don't know if the other guys would notice, but when Violet's thinking about something, she kind of rubs the scar on her neck.
Hmm.
And she's rubbing the scar on her neck and she's just like, I mean, he said something about someone named August. He says, we're completely fucked. That we have no idea what we're in for.
Well, did we ever?
Exactly. So I got a name.
Yeah? What do you say?
He said, I think he said the name August, like the month. So I think that is one of the heads, maybe? He said that August is going to fuck us up. That we have no idea what he's gonna do to us, blah blah blah. I'm intimidating vampire. I
Yeah,
have
usual
connections.
bullshit. I say we just let him in and know what we found out and go from there. But yeah, if we weren't on such a time limit, I'd say we'd just strap them all into the van and let the sun do the work. But yeah, we're on a schedule, so I think fire's our best friend.
So you guys start to drag the bodies to the van.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Violet
is-
pokes her head back into the van and says, "Hope you like fire. Bye."
This is
She's very cheeky.
about the point when two separate things happen. One, four black Escalades roll in and surround. And a man in a pinstripe suit jumps out and immediately flashes his badge. and looks at the four of you and says, Special Affairs Division, Carlisle Frost. The other thing that happens is it's about time for our break. We'll be back.
I wasn't even paying attention to time. Yeah, and it's about that time.
We'll be back in 15.
All
Alright.
right, everybody, thanks for sticking with us through the first portion of our extended stream. As many of you know, we're doing this for ExtraLife, who raises funds for Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. It's a way for gamers to game for good. So if you guys would please consider donating or even just sharing the link, we would really appreciate it. Get more eyes on the stream. Host if you can. Let your friends know to raid. We'll be here all day. So we're going to take our first 15 and we will be back.
Sayonara. We'll see you soon.
All right, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. I am Pixie Phoenix, and welcome to the playground if you're just joining us. Today we're doing our live-action role-playing of Hunter. It's a one-shot for charity. I raise funds for ExtraLife. You guys can read up there. My link is also included. It's a wonderful children's charity that supports children's miracle network of hospitals nationwide. So if you can donate or share the link, it is super appreciated. And we are paying attention to chat. We love hearing from you guys. So we're going to get back into it.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank
So-
you.
When we left off, Special Affairs Division Carla Frost had just landed on the scene with a whole host of black escalades and people starting to fan out. So, I have a couple questions. One, you guys are in possession of that laptop. What are you doing with it? Are you attempting to hide that, or are you attempting to...
Quick
Right.
out of game question, or,
Sure.
or quick. Do we have any history with this guy or with this division of
We're green.
are we aware of them, or is this the first time we've seen them? They're just rolling up, and this is all new to us.
You don't
Oh,
have
no.
you don't have any particular experience with this guy, with Carla Frost, but you would have been advised certainly by Jimena that if you're ever confronted by Special Affairs Division, FBI Special Affairs Division, or the Information Awareness Office, that those are essentially black ops that are being run by the government.
Okay.
And that you need to be tread reasonably carefully when you're dealing with them, as they are not prone to, or not constrained, shall we say, by things like, the rule of law.
Right.
Are they constrained by the city council?
No.
No,
Oh.
No.
this is
This
going
is
to be
like
government,
MIB
government
bullshit.
black ops.
Ooh.
Also federal.
Yeah, like, yeah. Is it safe to assume that at least one of us would have brought a backpack in? I mean, I know that it's something that with Jasper and like his art supplies and his own personal laptop, like typically a backpack would be part of his attire.
I would assume if you're saying that it would be part of his normal attire, then I would assume, yeah, you've got a backpack.
And I would vote to grab the laptop and shove it in my backpack.
Yeah, good idea.
Now, would you have done that now, or would you have done that before?
As soon as the laptop was clear of one-handed bitch, I probably would have grabbed it up.
One-handed bitch.
Okay. So we'll assume then that when he arrives on the scene, that you have already
Yeah.
put it in your bag. So they are fanning out here. He kind of saunters up and he's looking around and he goes, "Well, it looks like the tip paid off. Good work, y'all." Goes,
One van got away. Unfortunately, there's still a van out there.
he kind of looks at you for a second and then he looks around and he said, "All right, we're going to take this over." He says, "If you guys have any additional evidence or information that you want to pass along," he goes, "now's the time."
Just outside the downstairs basement, having a really nasty,
some,
gangly arm.
There's some. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to bring up. You might want to check out the basement. They've got some grisly wood chipper scenes down there with.
At this point, I'd probably jump in and say, look, I know you have better investigators than us, but from what I can tell with the body that's in the back of that van, which also has a bluish hue, that they've been bringing the bodies here to discard them in the downstairs wood.
Violet raises her hand and says, "Judging based on the equipment that they're using and the bluish tint to the bodies, it looks like they were trying to do blood transfusions. I'm not sure what they intended for the outcome to be, but that is definitely infusion equipment." And the dude in the van said something. He said the name August, like the month.
Frost
Like,
kind of
August is going to, like, August is going to do so much to us, blah, blah, blah.
Frost's brow kind of creases, and he goes, "Well, if we've got till August, then we should be fine, since that's still."
No, August is in, like, a name of a person, not the month.
Mm,
He looks. He goes, "Are you absolutely sure that's what he meant?"
I think so.
He says. He kind of steps away, and he kind of looks around at the scene and looks at the vampires that are on the ground. And he kind of was like, "Transfusions. That's not usually their MO."
Well,
Hey.
if
And with the guy in
the-
the front, I mean, we didn't have a chance to actually do anything to him. He should still be alive back there, right? We were
Mhm.
gonna burn him, but we didn't get a chance. So feel free to question him as to who or what August means.
He goes, "We will certainly do that." He goes, "Well, thank you for all of your assistance, and please give Jimena my congratulations on her team." He spins on his heel without another word and starts to head into the warehouse.
he really is Frosty. Very
all
snowman.
right, I guess we could.
Yep. And that's one called
I guess
Shoulder
we head
just
back
gave
to
us.
base.
At this point, yeah,
Yeah.
we're just gonna get out nice and slow and quiet as to not attract attention.
So you guys
Yep.
head back to the van, and you're heading back to your safe house.
Yep. Because Vaxis,
Yep.
dude, your arm is just still kind of disturbingly messed up.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
So
That's okay. Chicks dig scars.
you're gonna have one hell of one. So at about this point, it is almost dawn. You guys are heading back to your safe house. You have a couple options here. You can choose to take this opportunity to rest and get a downtime. You guys have at the safe house. Looking at your perks. Thanks to Vax, you guys have a surgery room. So Vax can recover one of his superficial
I also have a
wounds.
pharmacist contact. I'm gonna pick up some pills on my way home.
You have I was going to say, and you also, if you go home, you will recover up to your up to 2 of your willpower if you take a rest. Alternatively, you can stay awake and continue to push these leads.
Always take the rest.
Always rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's someone else that used willpower today.
So,
Yeah, I used one.
Besides me.
So
I'd use one as well.
heading back to the safe house in Bitter Lake.
Yeah, I'm assuming if my arm got sliced from elbow to wrist, like I'm gonna need some sort of medical attention. I can't just keep going around like investigating. I'm gonna need to get it stitched up or something, glued or something.
So where are we at on the map?
Bitter Lake is the very, very top, right next to
Oh,
Broadview.
okay. A mini map.
As you guys settle in for the night, You debrief Jimena on things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Vax, you get your arm taken care of. So at this point, everybody has regenerated 2 points of willpower. And Vax, you've healed 1 point of superficial damage. The next day, it is late afternoon when everybody finally rouses, gets to their feet, grabs a smoke of whatever their particular.
What time of day was it when we were at the warehouse?
3 a.m.
Out of curiosity.
Basically between
3
the
a.m.,
hours of
okay.
3 and a little after 5.
Okay. So late afternoon, or afternoon we're waking up.
So having debriefed Jimena, she says, "So, what have you learned from all of this? What do you think is the next step?"
Well, we know there's someone named August that seems to be controlling things. And we don't know what we've learned from the laptop yet because we haven't been able to, hook the hard drive up to anything or see if the hard drive is functional or see what information we can get out of it. But we do have the laptop. And I have 3 in technology, so if there's stuff at the base that we can at least try and see if we can recover any data from it, I can try that.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
So going through your photos of everything that you've sent.
The blue bodies, the blue skin bodies. I'll mention that. Both in the wood chipper and the whole body in the van.
She points to the body and she says, This does not look normal." She says, this is something that maybe needs a reference from a hospital or a mortuary's assistant.
Well, from what I can tell, they were doing blood transfusions. There was a human body in the back of the van, and the body, there wasn't any sign of a struggle. Could I tell, GM, were there, like, puncture marks in the neck, or was it just,
No, there
like,
were
a needle?
the only sign of violence that they had was the needle mark in their arm.
Would we know? Out of game, I know this is something that we know through our vampire game, but would we know that vampires can close wounds by licking them?
I would probably assume not.
Okay.
So, Jimena points to the body and she says, There is no violence here. There is nothing that is indicating that there is any sort of struggle. Which means she said, which means that there's likely somebody who is missing. Either this is a body they stole from my hospital, perhaps from the morgue, although why a vampire would want a dead body, I do not know.
Or why they would have transfusion machines hooked up to a body. She says,
this is also very strange. She says, usually they take the blood out. They do not put the blood back in.
Well, we took a picture of the face, so possibly try to run it through some facial recognition.
She also points to the wood chipper pictures. Mm-hmm. She says, do you think these people knew that this is what they were what they rented their equipment out for?
Oh, definitely. I'm probably not, but
she says, she says, if this was an actual legitimate rental and not a theft, she says, then this landscaping company might have a name.
Paper trail.
They do. It's night. It was night. Wasn't there something on the side of it? Night landscaping.
Right, but we're talking about getting the name of someone that
Oh, okay,
rented this piece if it was rented, not stolen.
Oh, okay. My bad. I misunderstood that statement. Okay, I get it now.
He also points, referencing you, Violet, to the transfusion equipment. And she says, This is not things that you would find out on the street, right? This is hospital equipment.
From what I'm aware of, yes, this is from a mobile at least hospital equipment, or at least a mobile transfusion truck for blood donors. I don't know.
Either way, there might be a police report. Some stolen.
She
Yeah.
says, then this tells me that we have a multitude of leads. She says they are stealing equipment to do something.
Renting equipment, maybe. Yeah.
And we do not know. She says, however, I am curious that she folds up the picture of the emaciated hand. She goes, this seems important. Like they're attempting to dispose of something.
Mm-hmm.
If this is the end result of what their transfusions are doing, then why are they attempting to get rid of it? Are these failures?
That was my thought.
Yeah, unknown, but yeah, that was a thought I had too.
It might not be failures. It might just be an easier way to hide things instead of burying them.
But I just don't know why you'd transfuse something with blood just to put it in a wood chipper.
Maybe they were trying to find new ways to turn people? I'm not sure. And when it didn't work, they were disposing of the bodies?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me like something they're doing is experimental.
Yeah.
And whenever it's not working, they're just disposing of the bodies, but yeah. Unclear. No, different city. We're in a different city. It can't
Hey,
be
he ran. We don't know where he is.
No.
The universes collide.
If it was Abraham, I think you'd be seeing some far more disturbing things right now. Like, honestly, like, what we would have walked into, like, some really disturbing crap, like, right off the bat.
Well, I will be the first one to say that this is not Abraham. For thinking that far ahead and for having those kind of thoughts, I will certainly give you a hand.
We have lots of hands in our game. Remember this one?
The one with eyes?
So you have a variety of different leads to follow up. So the question is, are you going to attempt to tackle all of these projects one by one as a group, or are you going to separate out and attempt to figure them out as individuals?
I'm gonna work on the laptop. Anyone with a high tech skill that wants to work with me is welcome to.
Well, in the broader scheme, I think I think maybe the best strategy is divide and conquer, but then come together.
Like, if we want to divide it, that's
come
fine.
together with our information before deciding what the next step is. Like, instead of just getting our information and then acting and going and doing our own thing, do our research, then compile the research, then make the next step as a group.
Okay. Unless anyone has a higher technology than me. I have a 3 technology, so I was gonna look at the laptop. No. Okay.
I don't
I'll
have
take a look
any
at that.
technology
I'll
skills.
let you guys figure out.
So Vax, you're looking at the laptop. Jasper, what are you doing?
I think I'll take the lead for the wood chipper.
So checking out the landscaping.
Yeah, because I think with Vi's background in medical, the better option for Vi is to take the medical equipment and see if it's like missing from a hospital, if there's any sign that it was a rental, that kind of thing. I think would be best set to someone that has a medical background.
I think Violet would excel on the discoverance of what's going on with those possible experiments. I could take the picture of the body and call up one of the city council contacts that I have that's trusted, and um, and see if they have any database recognition software here in the state.
Now you also have, don't you have global access? I believe you actually have the feat, or your perk is global access.
That's right. So I could, in conjunction with that, do a scan for databases, see if there's been any missing bodies or people from like the morgue.
So you can, if you want to, this would be an opportunity for you to use your global access perk. And you basically would spend the day on the net hacking systems attempting to discover the identity of whoever this person is.
Right. I think I would probably do that
Or-
and try to get a better understanding of who they're targeting, because it might be specific people too.
So 2 people are going out into the field, 2 people are staying home.
Hmm.
We're gonna do this in reverse. Vax, I need you to roll your wits and technology.
Five successes.
So when you
A lot of nines.
pulled the hard drive out of the laptop, which is still mostly intact. When you plug it in, the hard drive is mostly bare, other than kind of system files and things like that. However, in the recycle bin on the desktop, there are 2 specific things. One is a short text file, or rather, excuse me, it is a fragment of an email. It's basically a singular email file or email out of what's obviously a thread. It has a name, Bet Martin.
Can you repeat that?
Bet Martin, Bette Martin.
Okay, thank you.
It has a address, the Scrivener's Nook,
The Scrivener's Nook. Yes.
and it has a note underneath. It says, "Churn by." The date is tonight. with the note needed for phase 2. There is also a fragment of an audio file. The audio file name is 1028 underscore augustheart.mp3. Do you listen to it?
Yeah. I don't know why I wouldn't. Just leave it there. No, not work. Yes, I listen to it.
The voice on it is somewhat high-pitched. And it is only a brief snippet. It says, "This is going to be my greatest idea yet. The rest of the Daywalkers have no idea what we're actually doing here, but this does it. This finishes that stupid fucking masquerade, because there's no way that they're going to be able to deny us after this. There's no way that they get away with it after they figure out and see this monstrosity. All of them walking among them, all of them turning Seattle into a frozen wasteland of death. It's gonna be great. Can't wait, can't wait, can't wait."
Hmm.
That doesn't sound good.
Correction. So,
Okay.
Vash,
Art. H-A-R-T.
I need you to roll your intelligence and we're going to use, for this one, we're going to use etiquette, actually.
Alright, so intelligence in my etiquette.
Yep, so that's 5.
Alright. Big money, big money.
Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll up to 3 to try to get a success?
Yes.
Okay. Reroll 3. So, the only thing that comes back on your hit from searching for the bodies is that this is likely, though you're not entirely sure, a John Doe that has gone missing from a local hospital. The face vaguely matches, although it's difficult to see from given the discoloration. But unfortunately, you are unable to get more details, both due to a lack of records on it and also eventually having to make sure you're not on the system and not getting caught. Violet,
Yes.
you were headed to investigate the medical angle, correct?
Correct.
So, how would you approach this? How would you decide to start investigating this?
Hmm. Hold on. There we go. Well, I'm either thinking going to a library or visiting my pawn shop dealer contact to see if he would know anything about any stolen medical equipment.
So, when you head to the pawn shop,
Oh, we didn't figure out a name for him, did we? Oh well.
Ricardo's on main.
Okay.
Ricky is behind the front counter. He is reorganizing some of the guitars that are behind the counter. When you walk in, he kind of folds his arms up. He's like, "Hey, it's the little sister. What can I do for you?"
Hey, Ricky.
He's like, "Long time no talk. You come to buy something. You maybe spend some money. Give me something that I can help you out with. How are we doing today?"
I got a question for you.
He goes, "Shoot, what you want to know?"
Out of game, a question. How much would he know? Or what would he think that Violet's does?
He has no idea. And
Hmm.
like most shady pawn shop owners, he probably doesn't care.
Okay. Fair enough.
This is not in a good part of town.
That's fair.
So I don't ask questions of you. You don't ask questions of me.
So, I've heard of some reports lately that some, like, medical equipment has gone missing, like blood transfusions machines. I don't know.
And he goes,
I-
"Oh yeah, we've he says, "So local law enforcement has everybody looking for this stuff. Apparently, he says there's a bunch of very expensive equipment supposedly that has gone missing from a local hospital." He says apparently it's fairly valuable, according to them. That's the exact term they use, fairly valuable. When I said, "What's fairly valuable?" they said, "It's fairly valuable." I said, "How much is fairly valuable?" They told me to shut the fuck up.
that sounds about right.
He said, "So
You
So,
know what
yeah."
hospital it came from?
He goes, "I don't." He goes, "I do, on the other hand, know that the company that it was stolen from is Access Medical Equipment."
Okay.
He says, "Because that's who we're supposed to contact in the event that this shows up." He goes, "Personally, I don't sell this kind of stuff normally, and not my business. It's not my thing." He says, "And then the type of people who come in here asking for this kind of stuff, usually they're the kind of people who end up in the news later." He goes, "It's not my bag." He
I know.
says, "So if you're asking if I've seen it or if I have it, no."
I'm just asking if you knew anything about it. I didn't think you'd have it. It's not your thing.
He goes, "You know how it goes."
I
He
know.
says, "But," he says, he says, "You should be, if you're looking for it," he goes, "maybe you should be a little careful." He says, he says, "Local law enforcement is looking for it."
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I'm just kind of curious about it. You know me, curious about everything.
And he says, "Ah, curious, He goes, so what else can I do for you? How else can I help you?
I think she's kind of looking at the knives and the ammo. I think she came for information, but not to be rude. She's just like, can I get some ammo? And out of game question, would Jasper or any of the guys want any like knives or anything?
I will let them answer that question.
With my stats, well, I have a knife. That's right. I have a knife. And so, I mean, I already own knives. You would know that I like knives. So, you'd have that knowledge as far as if you wanted to get a gift.
Okay. What about Vash and Vax?
What are y'all's skills?
Vash is AFK.
I don't know that Vax would be all that keen for a knife. After one was already given to him recently.
Yeah, fair.
No,
If-
I think I would have a knife, honestly. Based on my skills, I think I would have a knife over a firearm. So I think I would have had, a knife or some sort of melee weapon over a firearm. So
Is there any sort of
A knife
weapon
is-
that Violet could get at a pawn shop that anybody would want?
I would ask do they have any katanas or longswords or swords in general?
Going samurai on us, folks.
I mean, okay, if Violet would have that knowledge, she would kind of look at whatever swords they have.
They have no swords.
No swords?
At least nothing that's not basically like above a hunter's knife that's out in the cases.
Okay.
Now you also know that Ricardo does sell stuff out of the back room sometimes.
I need some more ammo. I got a friend who's been looking for like a katana or something. He collects them. And she just smiles.
He shoots you a look and he's like,
I have weird friends, you know that. You're one of them.
he kind of raises an eyebrow. He goes, so just the ammo today then.
She picks out a hunting knife that she thinks Jasper would like. Ammo and that really nice Bowie knife.
Ricardo brings you up. And as he's ringing you up, he kind of looks out the door and he says, I know you know, so I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. He says, but you need to be careful out there lately. He says, this whole thing with the medical equipment, he says, what they did to those people, he said, that was beyond the pale. He said, now suddenly you're around here asking about the medical equipment. He says, I'm not a stupid man.
I never said you were.
He says, I don't rat out my friends or my customers. He says, but whoever got a hold of that equipment the hard way definitely did it the hard way.
Yeah,
He says, you need to be careful.
I know. And I am. Why do you think I'm getting this stuff? And she just kind of gives a smile, raises an eyebrow.
He goes, well, I dearly hope that you're not getting into more trouble than you can handle.
Me? Trouble? Never.
Elsewhere, Jasper. When you drive up to the front of Night Landscaping, it is pristine. All of the landscaping there is extraordinarily well manicured. And the bushes that are in front have all been done to look like giant chess pieces, with the biggest one, of course, being the knight. when you walk through the front door, there is a older guy who is sitting behind the desk. The entire inside of the office is wood paneled and crunchy carpet. Whatever they're spending their money on, you hope to God it's their tools and their skills out that they demonstrate outside, because they're not spending it on their decor in here. When you come in, he looks up at you and goes, "What can I do you for?"
You guys rent out wood chippers, right?
He kind of leans back and kind of is like, "Well, I mean, normally, yeah, we rent out like industrial wood chippers." He goes, "We don't have any right now."
Quick question, and this may sound strange, but did you recently have one stolen?
He kind of cocks an eyebrow at you and he goes, "Well, no, not stolen, but we've got one that we're missing." He said, "So, guy comes in. He's says that he wants to rent a wood chipper. Whatever. I don't give two shits as long as he returns it in good time and good condition." So he's supposed to have it for a weekend, let's say. So we're rented. He pays up front in cash. Fine, whatever. He doesn't want to use credit cards. Pays deposit, pays everything. We're good. He goes, "That was 3 weeks ago." He says, "We went back out to try to go retrieve it. House is empty. It's not even there, and there's not even anybody there." He says, "We try to follow the trail, try to ask around, don't find anything." He says, "So technically, this guy's on a long-term lease, I guess." He says, his deposit's going to run out here in a couple days." He says, "But it's not missing yet, let's say."
Yeah, so the reason I ask is just that some of my friends and I were riding around the other day, and we drove by this like abandoned warehouse parking lot area, and there was just like a chipper sitting there, and I happened to notice your logo on the side, but then when I went by last night it was gone. So I just thought that was odd that there was a wood chipper from your business in a parking lot, but now I have nothing else to give you guys because it's gone.
He's like, "God damn it." He's like, "That was probably it. Where was this again?"
Which
You
meta, where were we about?
You guys were in the industrial area, which is not actually on here and labeled, but it's basically in kind of the area between like where Harbor Island is and that kind of cut down. Basically like Harbor Island, Del Ridge kind of area.
On the far side. Okay. Or south side. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, so like I said, we were just kind of joyriding and it was late at night, but from what I remember, because I had a few drinks, somewhere around Del Ridge, it was just like this, open warehouse area. We were just kind of riding through to drop my friend off at his house. So I really couldn't give you like an exact address.
He's like, son of a bitch. It's like between this and the other guy who rented it and wanted it hauled off to some weird place.
What's that about? Sound pretty frustrated.
He's like, He goes, it's not that I'm frustrated. He goes, the money was good. He says, but have you ever tried to get an industrial wood chipper onto a ferry?
Not myself personally, but I can imagine.
He goes, you have no idea what kind of permits and shit and people you need to call and things that need to be okayed. And somehow this guy had it already all figured out. Had us deliver a wood chipper up to Kane Cemetery out on Bainbridge Island.
Hmm.
Oh, way over there.
He goes, which, I mean, he just said that, they've got a lot of yard work that they need done out there and all of that, but I don't know. It's a lot of effort.
And this was the same person?
No, it was somebody different. They kind of look the same, though, now that you mention it.
Well, yeah, man,
Real pasty.
Well, look, this may sound, a little strange, but, me and my friend, we have a small private eye business that we're trying to get off the ground. If I take the case pro bono, see if anything comes of it, if I can recover this equipment for you, or at least some information, would that be cool?
He goes, hell yeah.
Looks good
He's
on
like,
my resume, man.
He goes, if you need a recommendation, he goes, if you can find my wood chipper, I will certainly hand that over to you.
Alright, well, you've given me a lot of information to go on so far, but are there any, like, names or any other, like, specifics you can remember about these two cases?
He goes, the first guy who paid all in cash, he was kind of a portly guy, kind of fat, white hair. Smelled like a cigarette. Gross.
Alright, that's definitely a real specific description. What about the second guy?
Second guy wasn't a guy at all. It was actually a woman. I guess what kind of caught me off guard about her was the fact, I mean, super pale, not my type, very pretty, but like covered in like metal tattoos and like had her head shaved, had her like all the way down her, her scalp and everything covered in, in like death metal stuff. And,
Okay.
it's just one of those things where, she was really pretty, and then she decided to paste that shit all over her body, and it was just like, why would you do that? But I can't say that because customer.
That's very good customer service.
He goes, we certainly try.
Any names I could go off of? Nothing in your records?
He says, well, she's an active customer, so I probably shouldn't say anything more.
Okay. Well, like I said, you've given me a lot to work off of. Meta question. I'm going to assume because of my skills that I probably have a few different fake business cards set up.
I would assume with your counterfeiting skills, you certainly would have access to anything like that you wanted to.
Yeah,
to
so
do,
one of my fakies would probably say, an alias, rookie PI and my cell number. And I'd give that to him. And what was this gentleman's name? He had a name tag or something?
Rufus.
Okay. Well, Rufus, it was nice meeting you. Like I said, if you think of anything else or anybody else comes by, you give me a call and we'll add that information to my case.
He goes, and if you find my wood chipper, you give me a call.
Of
Because, like, I
course.
could be making really good money this fall with that.
I'll do my best, man. And you know, if nothing comes of it, you don't owe me anything, so you know, no big deal.
So, you leave. And this would be about the time period when kind of everybody who was not at the safe house would probably head back to the safe house and everybody would kind of get back together. So, you guys get together, put this together. What is your next step? What is the information that you have all managed to gather, and what is your next step here?
I'd mentioned in the chat, it was between a couple of things, but it looked like August Hart, H-A-R-T, might be a last name. So I was going to try and see what I could pull up, if I could pull up anything about an August Hart, you know, what information I could find on that.
Roll your Man, this is going to be a really difficult roll for you because you don't have any sort of investigative skills. I would say roll your intelligence and technology, and you're going to need a very large number of successes to get this done.
That actually is 5. It actually is reporting the correct number of successes for once.
So what you find about under the name August Hart is it's pretty minimal. The only thing that really comes up is about a house party from in the early 90s where a group of college kids were throwing a back to school party. And almost the entire group of them were slaughtered wholesale. The story is basically a one-off. There's no indications that it was ever followed up on. The excuse that the police gave or gave the local media was that it was a batch of PCP that had gone bad and basically caused everyone there to have a psychotic break and murder everybody else.
It's like bath salts in Florida type thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
His name shows up as a missing person and a person of interest. But that is the only thing that shows up in your search.
Okay. Then once everyone's all back together, I would share all of the information that I found. And see where we want to go next as a collective, and see what else everyone else has found out.
Quick question.
Sure.
Hey, when I was doing the research into our John Doe, did it give me a name of the hospitals?
No, actually, the body count, the missing body count came up as a police record, not as a not as a hospital record.
But the police record wouldn't state where?
It was left empty.
Hmm.
Cover up!
That's-
Cover up!
Cover it up.
Maybe it
I
didn't
mean-
get to a hospital.
Violet has some information on that front.
What'd you find out?
The brand of the transfusion equipment. So, according to my friend Ricky, that equipment's been missing. It was stolen or something, and the brand of it is Access Medical Equipment. And that's who Ricky was told to contact if it comes by his pawn shop. Yeah. He has a lot of connections. Also, Jasper, I got you this knife. I know you like knives.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
That's a really awesome pick, Violet.
thank you. But according to Ricky, it's not something he would sell or come by, but he knows that it's missing. And he kind of grabbed me a little bit and told me that I need to be careful. So this is, I think if we kind of backtrack and research the medical equipment, the name of it, maybe we can get somewhere, find a hospital, find maybe a morgue.
Yeah. Good idea.
Might not be a
Jasper.
bad idea at all.
Jasper, what do you tell them?
Yeah, so I found out some very interesting stuff. Apparently the landscaping company has
Mhm.
2 wood chippers. One's
2.
not technically missing because there was a deposit and the deposit has not technically run out. But so I gave him this shady story about how I was riding around with friends, we'd been drinking, and we saw the wood chipper out in the open. I thought it was strange. Came back the next night and it was gone. You know, cover our tracks.
Right.
Then I gave him a bullshit story about how like I'm this like starting out rookie PI and I'm willing to take the case so that, you know, blah blah blah. He tells me that one was set up as a weekend rental, paid all in cash, no name, 3 weeks ago. The address they were given, they went to check it out, and of course, fake address. Now here's the kicker. Description for this one. The short, fat, pale guy with white hair and smelled of cigarettes. Who does that sound like?
That sounds like the guy that I ended up shoving over in front of the van.
Yeah, the one who got splunged.
Unched. So, on a different note, another wood chipper was rented and then requested to be loaded on a ferry to head out to Bainbridge. And like, the guy was like kind of pissed that he was gonna have to get all the required permits and everything, and apparently this customer had all that lined up. They knew what they were doing. They had it handled. This one, again, no name. Well, this one he had a name, but she is, quote, a current customer. So he didn't feel comfortable giving me that. I'm wondering if maybe we can hack and find it in their records. A thought. This one, again, pale woman, shaved head, covered in tattoos. Does this ring a bell to anybody?
Yep.
Did the woman who got her hand blown off, did she have a shaved head?
Mm-mm.
No? So
No,
it's
she had like
someone else.
She had like a short, spiky haircut.
I
Who's
mean,
the shaved
other
head supposed to remind me of?
That was kind of
Do we
a
see anyone with a
inside
shaved head?
outside question, as like I didn't figure any of us players would know, but I'm asking in the sense of do
No,
any of us
that's
players know
that's
someone with
why I'm
shaved head?
asking. Like, did I miss like a description of someone with the shaved head, or we
Mm-mm.
don't know
Nope.
who this is at
No.
all? Okay,
No.
No one's
Okay.
seen it.
okay, unknown. Okay,
I mean, the tattoos and the, like, other than the hair, it works, but the hair, the shaved head throws me off a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we can bring Jimena in on all of this and see what knowledge she may have on
Yeah.
all of these descriptors. So I think that at this point we would bring Jimena in and just be like, "Here's what we got done today."
So
Yeah.
when
oh,
Jimena,
I would have thought Jimena would have been on the conversation already, but
so
yeah,
so
yeah.
so Jimena, listening to all of your leads, basically she agrees with most of your outcomes, but focuses immediately on what Vaxis has to say, and she says it sounds like you have a target and a rendezvous that you need to be making now. She says this is someone that they obviously want, which means that we want her too.
All right.
So wait a minute, we're assuming August is a female.
No, but you're assuming that Bet Martin.
Oh, Bet. Okay, that's right. I did write that down. Okay.
Yeah. Bet Martin.
That Martin would be the next kind of idea to go through.
Yeah, that's something we should probably look up in a databases.
Well, Bet Martin doesn't come up on any sort of databases or even on Facebook searches or something like that. The Scrivener's Note comes up right in the middle of Fremont, in a very, very well-trafficked touristy area not too far from the Fremont Troll.
Mm.
It is a bookstore for the esoteric and exotically minded.
Would it ring a bell to Violet?
I would say that you would probably know them by reputation as being like a metaphysical store or a metaphysical bookstore. Now, whether or not you've actually ever been there is probably an entirely different question.
Okay.
Would Megan possibly be there?
Megan.
The stalker.
Never know.
Wait. Does somebody else have a stalker, or is it just me?
Whoopsie.
Who else has a stalker?
I think
I
just
don't
Cock.
think I do.
I took.
As far as I know, I don't have a stalker.
My flaw was living on the edge.
I have
So
an
was
addiction.
mine.
I have an addiction and a stalker.
I guess me and Pixie are both living on the edge. It'll be interesting to see how we both.
So, before you guys
I do
head,
not have a stalker that I know of.
before you guys head to Fremont, is there anything else that you guys want to do before you decide to attempt to meet up with Bet.
Vaxis, have you gotten your arm taken care of yet?
Yes, that would have
That
been
was in the
done
long rest.
Yes.
in the rest.
Okay.
And thanks to the
I
surgery
mean,
room
it's
that
at
was
least
added.
fixed up as much as. I mean, it's at least fixed up as well as can be, considering.
And it's not blown off.
Right. I still have it.
Yeah.
It is stitched and bandaged, which is about as good as it's going to get given the circumstances.
Yep.
So, with that, with the sun setting on Seattle, our crew heads to Fremont. This is a very, very well-known, well-trafficked part of Seattle. It is very, very touristy. One of the more common places for people to go get pictures is with the Fremont Troll, which is a literal troll under a bridge. It is a giant statue. The Scrivener's Nook is not far from there. When you get outside of the Nook, there are, looking through the window, you see that there are smattering of customers inside. There is a tall wisp of a woman with curly blonde hair, wearing what would best be described as a Stevie Nicks outfit, with giant platform shoes. The other woman is a petite woman with mousy brown hair and oversized Coke bottle glasses. And as soon as Vash sees this woman, there's an immediate oh shit feeling.
I hope that's not who I think it is.
Oh, it's definitely who you think it is.
No. Jasper, Vaxis, you guys are gonna have to go in there. That woman is crazy. I can't. No, not yet.
And she
You-
put the works on you.
You good, man?
She used to be a really good source of information, and she's just super infatuated with anything I do, and she kind of hovers a little too much.
You want
know,
to stay in the car?
I knew someone like that. This bartender named Robin.
Robin! I was just thinking the same thing. I was just thinking about Robin. Sorry. Vampire.
So,
Mm,
Our other game.
how are you guys going to handle this?
Go ahead and
You
sit
need to
this
stay in the
one
car.
out.
I think I'll lurk in the kind of behind, looking through the books while you guys are talking with some of the librarians.
I used to work in a bookstore. Not this kind of bookstore, but a bookstore.
So, how are you guys going to approach Bet?
We're like fairly certain she's in danger, or either she's in danger or she's part of this, right?
The only thing you really know is that the audio from August Hart indicated that they needed, or the email, excuse me, on that hard drive indicated that they needed her for whatever phase 2 is.
Hmm. How do you?
I just walk up to her and be like, hey, you excited for tonight?
If you want to do that,
I'm just kidding. No, she may not even know.
How are you guys all dressed?
I mean,
Are you guys dressed for the mission? Let's put it that way. Are you dressed basically in the same clothes as you were wearing last night, or
Similar style.
Probably.
I tend to wear
Similar
relaxed,
style.
kind of flowy. Think like kind of Korean street style, like very loose.
Violet's got like my typical go-to is like black jeans, Doc Martens, dark clothes, leather jacket.
fair?
Do,
So that's pretty much what
do
she's
either
got
Violet
on.
or Jasper have... Sorry. Do either Violet or Jasper have a good talking skills?
Violet's got 2 in persuasion. 2 in investigation, but that's different. I've got 1 in etiquette.
I got the one in person.
She has 3 in charisma.
Violet might be the best to do the talking then.
Yeah, slightly better. Got the 2 points for persuasion.
I just know a random dude walking up to a girl always looks like he's trying to,
yeah,
take her out for a date
theoretically
or
would
something.
put.
Get smoozy.
So at least
Yeah.
theoretically.
Yeah,
So,
and
best to send a female and
little 5'5" goth Violet.
Taking on the whole world of certain interesting characters.
So, so did the group of you go in?
I don't think Violet would
we'll
want to go in
in.
alone.
I think.
Go in and disperse.
Yeah.
No, I'll go in. That's
Go in
fine.
and
Yeah,
disperse.
I'll go in. I just think Violet doing the talking might be the might have the best outcome.
Okay, so here's a question. Violet, are you approaching alone, or are you guys going in like as a group, and Violet's just going to be the one who's talking up front?
I think Violet would have to be the one talking up front.
Okay. Are you guys covering her, or are you guys dispersing through the store to?
Yeah, I would.
I don't mind covering her if other people want to disperse.
I would disperse, but keep her in eyesight. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not actually there to look around at shit. I'm just going off so that I don't look like I'm hovering or that I necessarily.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're kind of.
It's kind of the same thing.
I would go off. Is there a second floor to this building?
There is a second half floor.
Okay. I would probably end up going up to the second half floor and just kind of observing.
Okay, Violet. How do you want to approach this? How are you doing this?
I think she's kind of like playing it off as she's looking at books and the incense and the crystals and all that. And
So the very mousy woman with the brown hair comes up to you and is like, "Oh, hello. Are you looking for anything in particular? Is there something I can help you with?"
just kind of looking. I don't know. I used to work at First Story Books. I don't anymore, but I love bookstores, and I recently got into like a lot of like you know those stupid little like vampire novels and stuff, the romance ones. They're so stupid, but they're like a guilty pleasure.
He's like, oh my god, yes, I am such a Twilight fan too. She goes, are you Team Edward or are you Team Jacob?
I can never really choose, you know? It was
She's
so
like-
hard to choose.
She's like, I totally get it.
But like even like
Necrophilia or bestiality, like how can you possibly make that distinction?
oh, she's holding back her rolling her eyes so much. But they're cheesy, but like I've been looking more into like stuff about supernatural stuff. I don't know.
She's like, oh, like what?
Just kind of a general sense. I like learning about like I know it's not real or anything, but I like learning about stuff because I don't know. I've always liked folklore.
She's like, oh, well, if you want to talk about folklore, the expert here is Bet. She's the one who knows all about that stuff.
You just claps her hands together. That would be perfect. I'm looking for a couple books for a quiet night in.
She walks you over to Bet, who eyes you with a sense of, shall we say, suspicion.
Well,
She is-
considering like Violet has the unseemly aura thing, yeah, I think I can see that.
He's definitely like looking at you, and where Megan is being the congenial customer service representative, Bet is very, very much giving the attitude of, what do you want?
I think behind Violet's back, she would kind of motion to Jasper to like indicate to keep an eye. If that makes sense.
On you two or on
Yeah.
Megan?
On me and Bet.
Okay.
So I need you to make a roll.
Oh no.
I need you to roll your manipulation, and we'll say stealth.
Where is manipulation?
That's a total of 4 die.
Okay.
Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll 3 of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Burn it to that willpower.
Okay. So 2 successes doesn't beat the margin. You needed 3. So you make the motion to Jasper, and Bet looks at you, and she catches it, and she looks at Jasper, and she looks at you, Jasper, and she says, "Oh no, you don't!" And she takes off running at a dead pace, which for a woman who's in platform shoes, she's moving pretty fast.
Mm.
That blows
And-
my idea out of the water.
and heads right out the back.
I'm sorry.
So, what are you
That's how
doing?
the dice rolled.
So am I to understand that she recognized me, or 'cause
No,
I don't quite understand why she flipped.
She saw the motion that Violet gave to you to do something, and whatever it did startled her. So she's running.
I was like
So
gonna
we-
play it off as like, oh, okay. Hey, honey, did you find the book you wanted? Like,
Oh, I would have
and
loved
this
that.
bitch just like runs, like hoofs it. Like, okay.
Well, it just means
well,
she was already on edge to begin with.
I guess
it means like she was
so.
already, yeah, like there was
fucking
already.
runner.
Would I be able to sense anything unnatural while I'm on the half floor?
Also, same question for me because Violet has the artifact. She has.
You don't sense anything unnatural. However, Vash, at this point, you now realize that you've been sighted by Megan, and she is making a
Beeline.
beeline for you.
Who is this Megan? Who do we need to know about?
So, what is everyone doing now?
Do we want to run to Bet?
You take
I
the front,
think-
I take the back.
Okay.
And I bust out the front door, heading around the building.
Violet chases after.
Okay.
Bet.
So, Vash, Vaxis, what are you guys doing?
Megan's coming towards me, and I'm having to kind of scramble around to figure out what I'm going to say because it's been so long. And the last time we encountered, it was a bit of an awkward stance.
I mean, if you needed an excuse to run, you have one.
Yeah.
Probably end up running then.
Vax needs to be a good wingman and like intercede till you make it out the door.
I don't know that I know who Megan is or what's going on right now at this point. Like I'm pretty sure I don't know. Do I am I able to see what's going on, or that there's something going on with Vash, or is this kind of outside my purview?
So I would say that right now what you've seen is that Bet's taken off at a dead run. Jasper and Violet are taking off after her. And now there is a she's like a 5 or a 6 if you'd had a couple drinks. Is now looking like she's like stalking towards Vash, and he looks very uncomfortable, and he looks like he's about to bolt too. So at this point, your actual target is in the wind.
Actually bolting. Okay. So I think I'd probably head off after Violet and Jasper, actually.
Oh.
No, if you said it looks
that's
like
a
Vash
character.
is about... No, if you said it looks like Vash is about the bolt too, then I assume he's also going to be doing the same thing. Like, I don't think he's going to be hanging around. Like, you said it looked like Vash was about the bolt.
So are you also bolting?
I'm going to quickly maneuver around Megan before she gets a chance to acknowledge fully that I'm there, and just cold turkey go.
Okay, so this has turned into kind of like a interesting chase within a chase, because Bet is running like at a dead, just complete dead full out sprint. It's not real difficult to track her. Most people are kind of, getting out of the way of, manic Stevie Nicks.
You mean just regular Stevie Nicks?
No, I said what I said. Just imagine Stevie Nicks with more cocaine.
I love Stevie Nicks, but damn.
More cocaine than that. So with Jasper, Violet, and Vaxis following after, Vash trailing up after them, and running behind all of you is Megan
Megan.
doing her best T1000 run impression. So, as you were running through the streets after Bet, who is not only running, but also screaming profanity at you over her shoulder and is trying to make it very apparent to all around that she's being chased. At some point, you notice that you guys are not the only pursuers here.
Hmm.
On the ground, there is a man who is in a hoodie with stringy hair. He's probably just over 6 feet tall. He's about as wide as he is tall. And despite him being a very large man, this chase does not seem to be troubling him at all. In fact, he's using his bulk to barge through obstacles he wouldn't have to normally go over or around. Above, scrambling across the rooftops, you can't get a great glimpse. But there's definitely somebody who is running along the rooftops, also participating in this chase.
If it's within my abilities, I might actually try and join the person on the rooftops, try to chase them.
So you want to attempt to park her up to basically to get up to the roofs to chase after that person?
Yeah, at least to see what they're going after. At least let's see what their objective is.
So you divert off, and given your high skill and your proficiency in parkour, this isn't even a roll for you. You basically divert off, go up a fire escape ladder, pulling yourself up hand over hand, and in almost no time at all, you are on the roof, also free running across. The person who's on the roof she has a completely athletic body. Blonde hair and a ponytail, very sharp features. She's wearing like a sleeveless shirt and wind pants, none of which would be all that concerning. It's the shoulder holster with what looks like the automatic pistol that's more concerning.
Okay. And I'll keep on her tail for right now. Just keep following her path and see what she's planning on doing.
So you're running after her. She's following along from the side. What are the three, Jasper, Vash, Violet? What are you guys doing? How are you attempting to handle this? Because at this point now, it's pretty obvious that you guys are not the only ones who are following Bet.
We need to try to
Go ahead,
corner her, surround her.
That, and at least, if we're close enough that it's not gonna, well, I guess everything's suspicious at this point, but just let her know,
Yeah.
like,
We just need to
We're
talk
not
to
the
you.
ones after you. The ones after us, after you, are after you. You come with us, we can try to keep you safe. But we're not
We
the
just-
ones out to hurt you, so we all need to get the hell out of here right now. But
We
you're
just want
gonna
to
be
help
better
you.
off with us.
Yeah,
I think
I would.
Violet's just like, we just want to help you.
So
We're not,
We're not
with them.
them.
Yeah.
If you want to live, come with me.
So when you guys get to kind of a roundabout on the road, and Bet whips around, stops basically on a dime, whips around and pulls out of seemingly nowhere a small glass ball, like a crystal ball, except that it is completely opaque. And a knife, which at first glance looks very ornate and very sharp. And then if you happen to take a second glance, you'd notice that it was probably just one of the showpieces that they sell at any Renaissance festival. So she whips out her knife and her globe and takes a stance that looks like kind of modified Karate Kid stance
Oh.
and screams at the top of her lungs, "I am a witch and I will fuck you up!"
Okay, but do you not see the one behind us with the gun? That's the ones that want to fuck you up. So I suggest you don't fuck us up so we can help you get away from those guys.
All
does-
I wanted
Otherwise,
to do...
we can just fucking leave and leave you here. You can curse them all you want. But if you want help, we all need to go.
This is about the time period when the kind of bulbous guy breaks into the circle and doesn't stop running and straight up charges her. So
I would rush to try and trip the fat guy and make them roll.
so you're going to like attempt to
Intercept.
do like an interception, try to like hit them at the like knee or at the ankle or something and try to crash them. All right. That's going to be,
And we're talking about the hoodie guy, right?
yep, the
Okay, hoodie guy.
One with that.
this will be your I would say because of the way that this is being done, because this isn't actually like an attempt to fight. This is more like a tripping motion. This is going to be your dex and your athletics.
Alright, that's fine.
Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll 3?
Yes.
All right. So, 3 successes. You send him, you intercept from the side. He doesn't even see you coming. He is dead focused on Bet. You lash out a kick and catch him right on the side of his ankle as he's coming down, which pushes his foot off. He tumbles. It looks almost like he's about to hit Bet, but instead he tumbles past her. And you hear a shatter and a awful growl. And when you look at Bet, she has the knife in her hand, but she doesn't have the glass orb.
Ooh.
Jasper, what do you do? Also, in case this matters at all, there are bystanders around.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot, but there are definitely 7 or 8 people who are at cafes, who are doing the touristy thing, who have now just watched this giant bulbous man get tripped and eat a faceful of Bet's orb.
Sorry. Another out of game question, real quick. I know. As far as like when we play vampire, like the whole point is to keep the masquerade. The whole point is to keep everything, you know, to make it so that vampires are not known to the public. As far as hunter goes, when we're hunters, are we trying to follow some sort of masquerade, or if vampire information gets out in the open, do we care about that, or is it just?
So here's kind of the I guess this is kind of a meta question or meta discussion we can have real quick while people are thinking about what they're going to do. It's not so much that hunters care about any sort of masquerade, so much as most of the time they are not in a position where they could do anything about it or where they would be believed.
Okay.
And the people who do know about it are inclined to keep it quiet.
Yeah, again, we could all end up in loony bins.
But in
Yeah.
a situation like what is going on right now,
When something
there's
is
no-
visible to others, when it's right in front of
right,
their face,
there's no need
it
for
matter
us
our
to try
action?
and our actions are not to try and hide what's being presented, because it's already being presented in the public.
I would say
we're just-
yeah. I would say that you're in cases like that, a hunter's goal is to eradicate the threat. Cleanup can be done afterwards, but you're looking to minimize casualties and to make sure that the problem goes away.
Make sure the actual civilians are not getting massacred in the process.
The political parts of it, or the explanation parts of it, that is a distant second to your goal of making sure that these things get taken.
That's kind of what I wanted to know. What was like kind of the vampire versus the hunter mindset on this sort. Because if this was vampire, we'd be trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
Right now, like this would be an instant cover up, like kind of. But if we're hunters, yes, okay, then I see. We're not trying to follow any sort of masquerade or pretend that they don't exist. We're just trying to resolve the incident.
Yeah, the
infestation.
So, with that said, Jasper, what are you doing?
What would be the distance between me and Bet, and what's kind of our placement as we've all...
Yeah.
I would say that you and Violet are probably the ones closest to Bet now, reasonably speaking. You guys 5-10 feet tops.
Okay.
And this other guy has now stumbled at her feet.
He's actually stumbled past her.
Okay.
Is he like on the ground?
Yes.
And
Okay.
where is the woman with the gun?
She's still on the roof with Vaxis. We're gonna get to
Okay,
that.
we don't have to worry about her yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I hadn't, because I'm up there on the roof. I'm not down with you guys, so I hadn't chimed in much.
I think, again, before stepping forward, I would just try to convey, again, these are the guys after you. We are trying to protect you from a bad situation.
We just want to.
That's
We
it.
just want to help you.
She looks. Bet looks at this point now. Bet looks confused. She looks down and sees the big guy, and she's like, "You are the one who is outside of my apartment." She turns and wheels and points finger, and she goes, "Who the fuck are you?"
We have nothing to do with him. We actually just came here to ask you a couple questions. And this all went down. We had no intention to hurt you or to abduct you or to anything. We just had questions. Now these
Yeah.
motherfuckers show up. We just want to help you get out of a bad situation so we can still have you alive enough to answer our questions.
I motioned to my friend here to keep an eye on us so that nothing bad happened, but then you bolted.
This is about the point when Megan comes up behind and basically tries to do what the large man was trying to do to Bet. She actually tries to do it to Vash, and like full on like tries to tackle him.
Do Jasper and I see this?
You definitely see the small mousy woman running like a freight train towards Vash.
Can I just
Does
like try?
everybody? I was gonna say, does everybody remember the scene with the fake Jessica Rabbit from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yes. Oh my god.
That's very much what it looks like.
I look at Vi and I'm like, dude, we gotta block this somehow. Like, you know, the only thing that really kills a crush, right?
Well, different things, but what do you have in mind?
Well, I was gonna play the boyfriend card on you, maybe the girlfriend card on Vash.
I can do that. Okay. She goes and mutters, "Roll with it," and wraps an arm around Bash. She was like, "Are you okay, babe?"
Good, hon. I just hurt a little bit. My foot hurts from kicking that fat ass right there. But, you know.
Oh, I can take a look at that later for you if you want.
To which point
And
Megan shrilly screams, "Who the fuck is she?"
his
Megan.
girlfriend.
This is the person that I've been seeing for a while. This is my girlfriend.
And
You would know
Violet.
that.
I put my arm around Vash. I'm the boyfriend. No, I'm just kidding.
It's the love triangle.
She gets me
The-
every Tuesday and Thursday, and he gets me every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Oh my
The three of you hear a low growl that says, "I don't fucking care. I'm gonna kill all of you." The large man stands up, and his face is basically completely covered in glass shards that have just stripped away almost all of his skin on his cheeks and on his chin.
Ooh.
What do you want?
Elsewhere, on the roof with Vax. So, Vax, you've been chasing the blonde woman across the rooftops. When she gets to the turnaround, much like Bet turns around and wheels, this woman turns and wheels on you and reaches for her pistol. So, what are you going to do?
I'm gonna try and close the distance. Hopefully not get shot. I've already been injured enough tonight.
Okay, so what is your intention here? You're looking to close the distance so she can't get a clean shot at you.
And disarm, like take the gun away from her, like if if that's possible.
Okay, so you're going to. I need you to roll. So I need 2 rolls. The first roll is going to be your dex and your athletics to close the gap. Your second roll is going to be your dex and brawl to attempt to disarm.
It's actually 4, not
Yep.
6.
which is enough to close the gap.
Okay, and then brawl and what was it? Brawl and strength,
And Dex.
dex and brawl. Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me ask you this question: Are you attempting to make this like a finesse fight when you're attempting to disarm, or are you attempting to make this a strength fight?
Finesse fight if possible. I'm very finesse based. I'm not.
Okay, so 4 successes. Do you want to reroll willpower to increase your margin at all?
From the first roll.
Did you not haven't rolled again? I thought for some reason you rolled again.
No,
So-
I hadn't rolled yet.
Okay, so reroll again. So it's going to be your Dex and your Brawl.
Actually, is 4.
So 4 success. So 4 successes. Do you want to? You're
4
on the
and
margin.
4.
Do you want to reroll those 2?
Sure, why not? Ah, crap.
Okay, so here's what happens. You close the gap, and when she goes to get the pistol out, you manage to knock it out of her hand or disarm her, and the pistol goes flying off the edge of the building.
Okay.
To which she smiles right in your face with a pair of fangs, and she goes,
Shit.
Fucking Daywalker.
She goes, "Oh, honey, I didn't need the gun. I just like it." So she goes to grapple with you, and it looks like you get the feeling that her intention is that she's going to attempt to throw you off the side of the building. So, guessing her intention, what would you attempt to do?
Try and safely find a way down the side of the building. Thrown or not thrown, like you're just trying to find a way to get away and
There a
down.
dumpster you can just
safely.
roll into.
Just Assassin's Creed dive.
Bush, a tree.
So what you're actually trying to do is you're attempting to basically use her throw as less as a throw and more of as an accelerant to you parkouring away from her.
Unless I can dodge the throw. If she has a hold of me and she's going to throw me, then that's my intention. But if I can at least dodge the throw, I would still be trying to get down or get away from her. Like the intention is the same, getting away or down from the vampire as fast as possible.
Okay, if you want to try to dodge her grabbing you, then I would say that's going to be Dex and Brawl again. But because you're so close, you're going to need a fairly high number of successes in order to be successful at evading.
Right.
Gotta do that move where you like look like you're gonna dive and then like she over you just flipped her ass over you.
Yeah.
Throw her over
Three
the
six-
building.
I can.
3
I can
successes.
reroll 3 of these.
I was going to say, you want to reroll 3? Man, you are burning
Mm.
willpower tonight.
You
Five
know
what?
successes. 5 successes is enough. She goes to snatch at you. You basically kick off of her and kind of roll away. So you've got a little bit of distance between them. Are you just going to continue running and try to back off?
Yeah, just back off. I'm done at this point. She's a vampire. She's out of my league. I'm not trying to take a vampire
Okay.
in close combat.
So you're taking off. The only way down from here is to basically parkour down the side of the building, and there's no real great flat platforms for this. So if you're going to still try to run away and head down, you need to roll your Dex, your Athletics, and you do get to use your parkour. Bonus.
Okay.
But you are also so we're clear. You were basically about 3 to 4 stories up, and you were attempting to go down in between 2 buildings. Failing here means you're falling.
Okay.
Falling
Oh,
might
well,
mean you can
who
just
gives
climb.
two? Say,
Goal!
who gives two shits?
Yes!
So with the
That's probably only 7, but
lands
still
in-
7's good.
He lands in Iron Man pose.
Superhero landing.
Superhero pose. Superhero landing.
you are such a poser. So you bound over the side, and with almost superhuman grace, bouncing back and forth between the two buildings, you land perfectly, silently, in the alley. And looking up, she is looking up at you like, and she's got this look on her face like, what the fuck? So what do you do?
Is her gun in the alley too?
No, you don't know where the gun went.
Her gun went. Okay.
He's just
Then
like-
I'll just try and regroup.
Yeah, booking
Okay.
it to us. We gotta go. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, there's no time to wait. We need to go.
Yeah, if there's no gun to pick up, then yeah, I'm just regrouping.
So you run back to the group, and this is about the same time period when you would have seen the kind of bulbous large dude who stands up and is looking at you guys and is ready to go. So what are you guys doing?
I look at Bet and I'm like,
I say, well, she's a vampire.
what?
I'm still.
It's too much.
We need to go.
This is too much. We need to go. Bet you can
We need to
come
go.
with us now,
Get
or
her
you
outta
can
here.
sit here
Come on.
and be lunch. I don't know, but we're
Come
gotta
with
go.
us if you want to live.
We really want to help you.
At that
Bet
point,
this is-
Jasper just doesn't even look. Jasper is done. We have waited. Jasper's anxious. I'm booking it to our vehicle.
So
Yeah, we turn around and head out. If she wants to follow us and live, that's her. That's up to her.
So at this point, Bet is following you. Megan is also following.
Why
Um,
is she following us?
That's Bash's stalker.
and in addition, the dude with glass in his face is also charging after you now
Fuck.
with evil thoughts on his mind. So, quick question: are we at about our 2-hour break at this point?
Yeah.
Oh.
Shit.
Actually, yes. So I think we did our last one a little over 2 hours ago. It was like 12. It was 12:05 when we did our last break. So
Let's take
Yeah.
let's take our break. Is this going to be our extended one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think what I'm
I think
going
so.
to do is cut down the stream later on and post, because we've been advertising that this is an all day thing, and I would hate for viewers to come over and us to not be live. So what I will probably do personally is set it as a BRB, take my break, and then I'll come back. I'll hang with the viewers. Whatever. You guys, no rush. Seriously, take care of eating, hydrating, kids, pets. Take your time. But I'll come back and spend some time here with the viewers and the chatters.
Yeah, I'm also here. I don't really have anything to do. I have food and snacks and water with me.
Well, then we'll meet up and we can always chat.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Exactly.
All right, so everybody in Twitchland and beyond, stick with this. I will be back after a short break, and you can hang with me and Vi while the guys take care of stuff. So stick around. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through the short part of our long break. If you've just started joining us, I'm Pixie Phoenix. Thanks for joining us on the playground. I'm a full-time variety streamer here on Twitch. You can usually catch me playing City of Heroes during the middle of the week, Jackbox games on Friday afternoons, and twice a week I host live-action role-playing sessions of Vampire the Masquerade and Mothership. Today you're joining us for a charity stream for ExtraLife. If you're unfamiliar with ExtraLife, it's gamers that get together and raise money for Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. Today's goal, or my yearly goal, is 500, and we're super close. So if you can donate, or even if you can just share the link, it would be super appreciated. I'm joined today by Noxar Storyteller, who's on break. Cog, as some of you may know from my chat, also on break. And I've got a good friend of mine, Taylor, joining us as Violet. And of
Hi.
course, my husband, Zach, is playing Vax. And we're going to hang out and chat with you through the rest of the break.
Hey-oh.
So, everybody in chat, how have you been? I owe Riger a hydrate, so thank you very much. And I did get up and stretch. And Blith has just been hilarious in chat, I have to say. So, Blith, thank you for joining us, and your
Yeah,
sense of humor is much appreciated here on the playground.
it really is. I know my friend Madison is somewhere here. If they're still watching, my friend Brenna might still be here. Derek is here, or he was. So thank y'all for coming out and watching and supporting.
Oh my goodness. It has been a long time since I've done an extended stream. So far, I'm still feeling good. I'm holding up.
Good, good.
I mean, I do average about 4 hours a stream when I stream anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
this is and on Mondays, well, Thursdays it happens more often. Monday I usually take the day off, and then we do Vampire at night. But
Okay.
Thursdays I end up doing a 4-hour stream during the day of City of Heroes, and then I take a break at 4 p.m. I stream from noon to 4, and then at 5:30 I'm back on for Mothership, and we run till like 9 o'clock. So
Okay.
Thursdays are my long days, although I take that hour break or whatever. But
And if you don't know anything about Mothership, Mothership is
oof.
kind of a crazy, like a space
I think
psychedelic horror.
Critical Role did a Mothership one shot that I watched. That was really cool.
Really?
Yeah,
That'd be
let
cool,
me.
'cause as far as we know, Mothership was a very, very, very small, like, it was like a Kickstarter, and so it was not a very big release.
Well,
So
so
even
they
if you-
did something. They did something called the Nautilus Arc, a Johnson Corp Odyssey. They took elements of
Are they doing D&D? If they're doing D&D, I have a feeling they were doing a campaign setting called Wild Space.
let me look, because I have the Wikipedia for it up. They took elements of Mothership and kind of made it into their own
Ah.
little system, I think. Let me trivia.
Hello.
It was a homebrewed system by one of the producers, but they used elements from Mothership and Alien RPG. It was a really good one shot.
Interesting.
I can find you the YouTube video.
Yeah, if you don't mind putting that like in the Discord, just a link to that in the Discord.
Yeah,
I think that'd be fun.
it was this like really alien horror kind of game. It was really cool.
Oh yeah, Mothership is.
I was telling Taylor about Mothership, and she was saying that Critical Role did like a one shot that was kind of based off of Mothership and something else. I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was. They used elements of Mothership and another RPG. to make a one shot, and it was a similar D10 system.
Well, I would certainly love to get back to
Yeah,
Mothership,
Yeah,
especially
me
since
too.
the choice of the next two settings to offer to the Mothership crew is either Die Hard or Event Horizon.
Let's see. I'll just post it in tabletop chat. There we go.
Yeah, our last few mothership nights have been interrupted,
Oh,
unfortunately.
A lot of it's my fault.
I mean,
No,
thing,
I was working
Always
last
have
night
enough
too.
spoon.
I feel that so much.
Yeah,
I only
No,
have
no.
one tabletop thing I do a week, and it is my weekly D&D game.
Yeah, don't blame yourself. I think I was out this week because of work. You were out because of health, but last week I think Martha was out because of work. So like it hasn't it's not
been a
your
shit
fault.
storm.
Yeah, this
No.
last month has not been great for us for getting our stuff done, but
No.
Working through it.
But we're here now
we're here now.
And we're committed.
and
As
running
long
from
as our
Megan and
bodies-
anybody else.
As long as our bodies work with us.
Yeah.
And work works with us.
Hog, you're gonna have to go back. I'll have to figure out which episodes it is, but so we used to have a guy in our coterie named Idaho.
Mhm.
He's since left the game, but he ended up like blood bonding this girl in our bar, and
By accident.
she was dying. Like
did it only
had to
because
happen, right? Like
She was dying. Yeah, he had to feed her blood for her to live because she was dying.
Ooh.
So it was not like a choice thing, but in the process she became blood bonded to him.
and
So-
like I don't care what you think Megan can do to you, Robin. Like, man, Idaho would just have to like avoid her whole
Man.
part of the club because if she laid eyes on him, that was it.
Oh,
Yep.
Hey, Idaho, how you doing? What's going on tonight?
And to the
Hey,
point
hey,
where even if
how
he
you-
wasn't around, she was like trying to pump us for information.
asking everybody else, hey, have you seen Idaho tonight?
Like,
hey,
I run the
where's Idaho
bars,
been?
and
Do you
I'm
know- do
going
you know where
around
Idaho is? Can I?
checking my bars, and it's like, do you need anything? Well, how's Idaho?
It was like a crack
Is he gonna-
addiction.
Is he gonna come out tonight?
It was that bad. So earlier this evening when we had that reference and all of us were like, oh my god, Robin.
Fucking
That
Robin.
was
okay.
that was the reference we were making, was this girl that we have in our bar on our Monday nights that got blood bonded by accident.
It's like fucking Brian's coming, except it's fucking Robin's coming.
It's fucking Robin's
Oh.
coming.
Hey.
Man.
And that's a reference to a very old Dane Cook
Dane Cook.
comedy
Yeah.
special.
I
Before
vaguely
he
register
was-
it.
Before he went completely,
Yeah, gross.
on gross, and
Blith in
one
chat.
of his
Blith in
yeah,
chat
one of his
says accidental blood
specials.
bonds and other miscellaneous kindred oopsie whoopsies and fucky wuckies. A
A
memoir.
memoir.
That's great.
Excellent.
God, this
Uh,
is fun.
These are really good.
I just actually before the break, when I was snacking before the break, opened
What
that
you
can
snacking
of
on?
Beyond Meat jerky. It's actually
Oh.
not bad.
Okay.
Oh, you're vegetarian jerky.
It-
Oxymoron.
well, I was curious. It
I
was on
mean-
sale.
It was on sale.
How's it taste?
It tastes like jerky, and it feels like jerky. Honestly, like I don't. And then again, some of you don't know, but I can't eat beef or pork, and that's not a choice. That's a stomach. I don't have the enzymes to digest it. So if I've ever eaten beef or pork, it comes back up.
I
So-
understand.
So for me, it's been turkey jerky, and then I saw this like Beyond Meat jerky that was on sale. And
Okay.
for me, the texture and taste is kind of the same as the turkey jerky I've been eating. So the texture and taste is right excuse me, sorry, right along the same lines. But
Okay.
no, it's good. I don't know how to compare it to beef because I've never eaten beef jerky, but at least
That
Well,
it's
you're
right
sounds.
along the same
describing
lines
it
as turkey jerky.
makes it
So.
sound delicious. Just
Yeah.
saying.
So I've had turkey jerky was a little stringier than regular beef jerky. So if it tastes if it like if the vegetarian jerky is like turkey jerky, it wouldn't be bad.
Bless you.
Oh man, Zach, you know what that reminds me of?
What's up?
I want to go. I miss going to Centerville. If you guys have never been through like BFE, Texas, along 45, halfway between Houston and Dallas, is a place called Centerville,
Mhm.
and it's
Oh,
grown
yeah.
a little bit since. But like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was like a Dairy Queen, and then a gas station on either side of the freeway.
Mhm.
But they're the
Yeah,
same gas
it's
station.
the same It's the same gas
Oh,
station.
I
but
know what you're
they
talking
have
about.
And they're famous for
Right.
their homemade jerky.
jerky. They do
Yes.
homemade jerky.
And now that
And
Bucky's
it's
has
not
picked up on
Buc-ee's.
doing,
Yeah.
Bucky's picked up on doing that and put some competition on them. But if you're ever driving through on I-45 to Dallas from Houston, check
Between
into
Dallas and
Centerville.
Houston. Between Dallas and Houston, yep.
Even if you're coming from I-20, you can merge onto I-45, I think.
Yeah,
And so my mom, for the longest time, she worked for American Red Cross, delivering, ironically, blood to hospitals. We like to call it the Bloodmobile because it was a van full of like blood packs and platelets and.
That's what we need in our Monday campaigns is a bloodmobile.
Sounds like a bloody fun time.
She would go to Dallas and Canton and all these hospitals delivering blood. And sometimes my sister and I would go with her if my dad couldn't. And we would sometimes stop by there. So I know what you're talking about. Because we're from East Texas.
Yep.
Yeah, like Longview, Tyler, that area.
You've heard of Corsicana?
Yep.
I went to Navarro College. I grew up about
Okay.
like 30 minutes from Corsicana.
Okay, not too far.
Kind of closer to Waxahachie, but in that general area of small towns.
Yeah. I'm from Longview. So I totally get it.
Small town Texas sucks.
It really fucking does. There's not even a Barnes and Nobles in my hometown.
Nope.
My hometown here in Oklahoma didn't get really anything up until about the time I left. And then they got like a Dollar General and Dickies Sporting Goods, and I'm just like, wow.
As soon
That's
as I
cool.
leave, everything's here.
Yeah, Blitz says that they used to live in Dallas for 3 years, so yeah, they get
Okay.
it. They get it. And then Knox used to live here in Texas as well, so
Yeah, he was telling me he lives in Oklahoma.
no, Cog lives in Oklahoma.
Cog.
Knox
Names.
is in Pennsylvania.
Knox.
Pens-
Yeah.
There's
But
3-letter
Knox used
names.
to live
Yeah.
here in Texas.
Okay.
Never again. Ever again.
I know, I'm trying so fucking hard to get out.
Yeah, honestly, we just signed another 15-month lease here, and then after that, we're like moving. I don't know where. We might just get out of like Austin, but
Given the fact that they've said that basically most
I-
of Texas is going to be on par for 125-degree days within the next 10 to 15 years, yeah, no, fuck that.
I don't blame you.
Oh,
And
way
possibly
too hot.
another Dust Bowl.
Oh God.
For real.
Well,
How?
honestly, for me, I have to say that with my job, I don't get out much because I work from home. So
Mhm.
it's not like the temperature is, as long as I've got working air condition, like the temperature outside really hasn't bothered me much at all.
Gonna bother you
it's only
when
gonna be
Texas
when
can't keep the power on.
the state
Mhm.
grid.
We
That's
need
what
to
I
get
was
off
about.
this
That's
grid.
just what I was about to get
Fucking
to. I was about to
infrastructure.
say,
It's
when
really
when the grid fails, when the power grid fails, because that's when it's gonna bother me. But so far,
It shouldn't fail
I've been
anymore.
untouched.
The crypto miners aren't
Oh,
able to mine as much.
yeah. No, you don't realize Texas does like I think it's 60% of crypto bit mining.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of crypto mining, 60% of it is done in Texas.
yeah. That's
So
what my
and that's
brother-in-law
all
was
on the
saying.
ERCOT grid. That's
Fun-
all on the
Massive.
ERCOT grid.
Funnily enough, my brother-in-law's name is also Zach. So that throws me off a little bit. I'm just like, wait, no.
I heard a snippet, and I'm just gonna say I heard rather than I'm sourcing because I can't remember the source of where I read it. I heard that ERCOT managed to keep the crypto warehouses. The lights were on there when the lights went out for the rest of us, and hundreds of people died.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like. And the best was when the mayor did a live video and put it out on Twitter saying, please conserve, if you do have power, please conserve your power, blah, 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 all from his office, which has lights for his paintings.
Yeah.
It's like you're asking all of us. Okay.
And hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh.
now Austin wants to their city council is about to vote to give themselves a 40% pay raise.
What the fuck? Oh, I
That-
hate it here.
I will tell everybody to move to Pennsylvania until I'm fucking done.
I know. I mean, I've not brought it up today about like it's like subs and bits and stuff. I wanted the focus to be on ExtraLife, but I've explained to people that's where the fuck my Twitch money goes. If you're supporting me, it's going into my savings account to get us the fuck out of Texas.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, so much of our income goes, hundreds of dollars a month goes to medical bills because of my many diagnoses. So
Mhm.
it's not, if it honestly, I would never even push to make money on Twitch if those hundreds of dollars could go straight into the savings.
Yeah.
But I got to do what I got to do to like help my family in any way I can.
Yeah. And that's kind of where we're sitting as well.
That's where growth comes from.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Madison. Gloomy Tomb is Madison, my friend.
Oh, okay.
They are just like, I want to leave the state. And I'm like, yeah, we all do. We all do.
Well, it says, please conserve your power, and if your food spoils in your fridge, let them eat cake.
Eat the rich.
So, we about ready to get started again?
I think so.
I think so. I almost had an intruder break in, trying to be all
What?
sweet.
Oh,
Almost had an intruder try to break in and be all sweet.
I have a snack.
I feel like I'm the youngest one here.
I
You
think
haven't had an
are.
intruder try to break in yet, but Megan's working on it.
Don't. Oh.
All you have to do is get both the middle fingers in there, and then it's just like stretching. It's like goat's
That's
except
what
for somebody
she
else.
said.
Mm-mm.
So
All
when we
problems
left,
are bigger than Texas.
off, the four of you, with the addition of Bet and Megan, were being pursued by the large, now glass-faced man. So, how are you going to handle this? What are you going to do about this?
Does the glass-faced man have any glass in his eyeball?
He probably has some shards around there, at least in one of his eyes, maybe, but it certainly doesn't seem to be slowing him down.
Okay.
I said, at this point, Jasper's already booking it for our vehicle.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd be right on Jasper's tail because I'm already freaked out by Megan trying to get a hold of me.
Yeah. And apparently certain Violet has her gun, like, in the inside pocket of her jacket, but, like, she's running.
So, Jasper, since you're in the lead, I need you to make a roll for me. I need you to roll your dex and your drive.
For future reference, where is drive?
And skills.
Skills?
So I'm rolling
Oh,
6
oh,
die.
oh.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. I apologize. You're talking about driving the car, not drive the. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I see now. Okay. I got confused. I know the Hunter book talks about drive and despair. So when you were talking about roll drive, I was like, where is that? I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
I was.
I apologize. I got confused there for a second.
I was also.
It should be changed to like vehicles or something. Just
Yeah.
to. But I get it.
So,
Navigation.
as the six of you run, and Jasper dives into the vehicle and starts it up. As you start to take off, the large man hits the side of the vehicle like he's tackling somebody and tries to get his fingers underneath of the frame, and you think that he's trying to flip it just like the van flipped the other night. But at this point, you've already got forward motion and traction from the other wheels on the ground. So all that really ends up happening is you have a very large dent in the side of your car and nothing firm to hold on to. So you're able to drive away. But you also know now that the stakes have increased because they definitely now have seen you.
Danger 1, danger 2. Is this where the danger goes up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Both
Oh,
desperation
no.
and danger went up. Oh.
So you have you are driving, Jasper. Where are you going?
Well, I want to head back to the safe house, but I want to make a few laps to kind of throw anybody off our tail.
Okay, so you're attempting to actually basically do like evasive driving and attempt to. Okay.
Not like speedy evasive, just like I'm gonna take a few lefts and then kind of through, around the park and then.
Okay. I need you, since you're doing that, I need you to roll your wits and drive. Do you want to spend a willpower to re-roll too?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need no stragglers around.
So,
Man.
you're careful. You drive and double back and drive in circles and speed up and slow down and all of the things that you've learned from time attempting to learn how to be evasive in your driving. But in spite of all of that, you're still not entirely convinced that you weren't tailed. You're still not entirely convinced that you aren't seen. You don't see anybody. You don't know that you were, but you're paranoid.
Do we have a garage for our car or underground parking? What's our situation with the car?
It is, and so you have, so the safe house is an actual house. It does not have a fully covered garage. It's got one of those kind of like,
Carport.
yeah.
Okay.
Then I would probably park our 2 blocks away. I'm like, we're gonna hoof it. I'm still not convinced that we don't have a tail. I would rather be safe than sorry, because if we get out, we start walking and we actually see something, hear something, we have a chance to walk the other way.
Yeah.
So as you're walking, Bet finally turns to you and the rest of you and says, "What the fuck is going on? Those two have been following me for most of the morning."
Well, Bet, we've kind of just need to get some better ideas and information. We found some really strange things up at an abandoned warehouse. And some of the leads that we were following led to you.
Yeah, and these are bad. These are bad things, and we just want to help you.
We're not
She's
trying
like,
to
she's
push
like, what?
help.
She's like, what do you mean you found things in an abandoned warehouse that led to me? She's like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Do you know anyone named August?
She goes, no. She knows, I know a month named August.
No, there's a person
Very
named
funny.
named August Hart who apparently needs you for phase 2 of an operation or a plan, and that's really suspicious.
He's targeting you for some reason.
Something about the change must be complete tomorrow.
She looks at Megan and looks at you guys and is like, I have no idea what the fuck y'all are talking about. She's
You
like,
don't
what
have
did,
to.
she's like, what did you guys find?
I don't think you'd believe us if we told you.
Violet, do you want to show the pictures to her?
I think you might want to sit down for this.
She's like, oh, whatever.
Okay. She opens her
Barrel of
phone.
sunshine.
She opens her phone and goes to her camera roll and shows her the photos.
So let me ask you, Violet, what are you just letting through and showing her all of the photos from the crime scene, or are there anything that you are not showing or attempting to skip past quickly?
Okay, so we got photos of the body, the wood chipper, the body parts. I don't want to break her brain.
I would.
Well, what if we just play her the file? That not be enough to maybe convince her that there's something going on without traumatizing her with these pictures first?
Yeah.
Maybe
That's
that's
a-
the better way to go.
Yeah, I think we do that instead.
So you're going to. So you're playing her the audio file.
Yeah.
That her name is on that, so I think her hearing her own name might be.
Afterwards, she kind of looks at you and she goes, "Is this some sort of weird prank? The masquerade? The fuck is that?"
Well, first of all, do you think that we all live in a place like this and do what we do is a prank, a joke?
Is witchcraft a prank? You claim to be a witch.
She
And you had a
says,
crystal ball.
"Sure." She goes, "Give me enough alcohol. I'll claim to be a whole lot of other things too."
Yeah, but you weren't loaded when you made that claim in that parking lot.
She kind of brushes it off. She goes, "No, I haven't been a practicing witch since I was in high school. Sorry." She goes, "I run a metaphysics shop."
What was that performance?
She
Do
goes,
you
"That?"
think that
She goes, "Oh, that crystal?" She goes, "It's a quartz that's been put resin that's been put around some quartz and some meteorite." She goes, "Great for the rubes. Costs about $75. Weighs about 5 pounds."
yeah, and that dagger you
Another
had was
hack.
pretty ceremonial, so I don't know.
She goes, Renaissance Festival.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to do anything with that knife with that huge man running at you. What did you think to accomplish there?
She
He
goes,
was
well,
that
she goes, frankly, I was more concerned about you guys than I was about them, since you guys were closer. She goes, I didn't actually think that dude was going to end up putting his face through that ball. She looks at you, Vash. She goes, nice trick, by the way.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that you were okay because there's some information we need to figure out.
Do you guys show her the photos or continue line of questioning?
Do you think I should show her the photos out of game?
I mean, it might be a snappy enough jerk to be like, we're serious. We're not screwing around.
I would at least keep it to the photos of the body and the hand and
Yeah.
come at this from a space of this is the fucked up shit we're talking about and your name was on their laptop. We don't want you
Okay.
to end up like them.
I think that's what Violet does. She's just like, "Hey, look at
I
this."
figured that's where you were heading with it.
Yeah, you got me down pretty well. Um,
When
she opens her phone. She's like, "Hey, you need to look at this. This is the shit that we found."
when she sees the photos, particularly, she doesn't seem like she's particularly phased by the wood chipper photos or any of that. But when she sees the emaciated hand and the wrist, she points at that. She goes, "Huh, I've seen that kind of I've seen that before."
What do you mean?
She goes, "I'm sorry."
What do you mean you've seen that before? Where have you seen that?
She says, she goes, "That looks like a real life recreation, recreation of a." She goes, "So it's not actually native to this part of the continent. It's actually more Midwest, uh, Middle America, Northeast area." She says, however, it is a native thing. She points to it again. And she says, that looks like a woodcut that I've once seen from a myth about the Wendigo. She says, do you know about, what do you know about this? Do you know anything about Wendigos?
I have 2 in a cult, so
This one.
So, Bet says, so originally the Wendigo is thought to be an analogy for famine or for pestilence. It is a creature that is entirely created. It is cannibalistic. It does nothing but crave human flesh endlessly. Says now, the belief is that these were created, that these were not like some random incidents like sickness or something like that. It's believed, according to the legends, that Wendigos were created by a curse. She says, again, it's folklore, it's myth, she goes, she keeps looking at it and she goes, but she says, let's think like scary movie style.
right.
She says, if I wanted to spread a curse that was put on somebody, what would you do? You'd have an original sample.
Right.
She says, so theoretically, I guess, she goes, now again, I don't know anything about this, but you would need to do this, if you were going to, say, move the blood from one person's body into another person's body. She goes, that might be a way of transferring the curse over as well.
At this point,
Mhm.
Jasper is going to excuse himself from the group and probably get in touch with Jimena and let her know, like, our little jaunt, how it went down.
Jimena listens to the entire thing. And says, if it was a curse, they're going to want a ritual site.
Violet looks at that and she's just like, this is out of game. This is actually something that I just know offhand, but she looks at that and she's just like, weren't Wendigos like one of the original origins for like the vampire myth and all that?
Bet responds and's like, theoretically, sure. She
Mhm.
goes. She says, the issue is that we've got evidence that vampires, evidence. She puts in quotation. That vampire myths reach back over almost every culture over thousands of years.
Well, I mean, yeah.
She goes, but it's one of the few things in North America that actually indicate that is even in the same vein.
Yeah,
Vein.
that's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny.
She says, she basically says, I don't believe any of this.
Okay.
She says, but if I was you and I was going to make a movie about this, she says, I would be looking for some way to just figure out the way that they're going to distribute this. She says the obvious answer would be through the through the local water supply.
Great.
Stop the move.
Yeah, same. She looks at that and is just like, okay, listen, whatever, you don't have to believe any of this, but I still think you're in trouble, or like with your expertise in folklore, and she smiles, whatever is like happening here, they need you for something. The guys that were following you, I think it would be better if you stayed with us for a little bit, just so that you're safe. Because, like you said, you had this dude stalking your apartment. That's not cool. It's not fun. I
Yeah, we
think,
just rolled up and took care, help kind of subdue him a little bit for you. Like
y-
that.
yeah, we like. Why don't you just stay with us for a little bit, and maybe you could help us with some more on our movie. She tries not to roll her eyes.
She's like, well, it's not like I have any way to get home from here. It's not like I have money for an Uber.
I mean, we're sorry about that, but like, just hang out with us. Are you hungry? Do you need anything?
In the other room, Jimena looks at you, Jasper, and says, didn't you say that the other wood chipper was headed to a cemetery?
Mm-hmm. On Bainbridge.
She kind of drums her fingers for a second. She goes, what do you think the chances are? That they are attempting to start making these things.
Motives there. I wouldn't, but that's too easy.
Jimena looks at Bet and says, other than the cannibalism, what are the noteworthy things about Wendigos? And Bet kind of thinks about it, and she goes, probably their frozen hearts. And the rhyme. They freeze everything. Bet stops for a second and said, wait, didn't the monthly guy talk about frozen wasteland?
Hmm.
Sound.
Yeah. He said he wanted to, like, out of game, he said he wanted to freeze everything.
So you turn Seattle into a frozen. She just kind of sits there and theorizes and says, if you had a whole bunch of Wendigos, she's like, they'd freeze everything around them. She goes, and Wendigos can spread their curse. She's like, could be kind of like zombies. They're frozen zombies. Why hasn't anybody made a video game out of this?
We'll work on that after we get our mission complete. That way we can have pure detail for the people to enjoy.
Interesting.
Amanda looks at the four of you and says, "What are the chances that our special affairs division person knew about this and didn't tell us because we were supposed to be guinea pigs?"
His last name is Frost.
I mean, it's a bit on the nose, but
Could be a false lead, could be coincidence. However,
He
and
says,
Violet just kind of crosses her arms.
Did you follow up and make sure he disposed of the bodies in the scene? What happened at the factory after we left?
Yeah, at the warehouse, what happened there? Did they burn the bodies like we were going to?
Amanda shrugs and says, "Don't know. They took it over. Became a federal crime scene."
But like, that doesn't.
anybody here good enough to hack their?
Vax might be.
Have access to global. If Vax wants to take it on, we could try
I mean,
that. Or I could.
I have like a cyber, like my guy does. Hold on, let me. It. Security systems expert. Maybe.
Probably wouldn't have any federal contacts.
Would any of the city hall members might have some federal contacts because they have to tie into all the federal.
They could probably give you some amount of lowdown on what happened there.
Okay, that would be useful.
No, none of us knows a cop.
Nope.
Crooked cop.
I know a pawn shop dealer. He's pretty crooked.
I was about to say that's the crooked part. I don't know about any, police training. I'm dropping stuff.
So, what is your next step here? What are you guys going to do?
I mean, yeah, it seems like kind of a stretch, but I do think Vash should work on that. But I also think that, we are on a deadline, and
Yeah.
Jimena brings up a very good point about that cemetery. So, I mean, if Vash is needed to stay here for that information, like if it can be made in a phone call, that's great. We can all head over. But if Vash needs to stay, I understand that, so that a bunch of
Okay,
us can go to the cemetery.
but like, what about those two? And she points to Megan and Bet.
Megan is like, "I'm going to go anywhere Vash is."
No.
Oh, the hell you are. No, 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 no. This is far more dangerous than you understand.
So quick, like, random question, because we pulled the girlfriend card. How is that holding up?
I mean,
Honestly,
She's
I don't get the feeling she's buying it or that she cares.
I don't think she cares. She got pissed, but she doesn't seem to care now.
Megan has no unruly care for any type of relationship that Vash has. It's the ultimate, like, your skin is mine.
Yeah.
Maybe she's hoping for a twofer.
She's not
You
Violet's
know-
type. I'm sorry.
I at the end of the day, like we need to end up at the cemetery, and the sooner we get there and stake things out. eh. Um,
Things.
but there is definitely a lead here. I think it needs to be followed up on.
Hey, Jasper. Hey, Violet. Do you want to step aside over here real quick? Hey, Megan, can you go do something off to the side? Like, can you go get us some drinks, please?
She's like,
Could do something off to the side.
okay, and starts wandering around through the safe house. And Jimena looks at you like, what the fuck?
If you didn't notice, she's a bit obsessed with him. That was about the only way we were gonna get her off our backs long enough to tell you what the fuck's actually going on.
Yeah, we had to play the girlfriend card with me, and I don't think she's buying it.
I don't think she's buying it either. And the history that we have, she used to be kind of a lab partner when I worked at the Quantum Physicists Society. And she was the weirdest one out of everybody and just had this weird fascination with me. What if we use her as some bait at the cemetery?
Sounds so awful.
I don't know. I'm kind of buying it.
It's a way to
Jimena-
get rid of one problem.
I mean,
Jimena just shakes her head and she goes, I'm going to pretend you didn't say that.
we wouldn't let her actually get hurt.
Not at
And
all, Meta. We
And
just need
Violet
to
just gives
know.
her a very bright smile. Like, we wouldn't let her get hurt.
I look at Violet. I'm like, if it weren't for the smile, she might have bought that.
She
Listen
looks
here, motherfucker.
Jimena looks at you, Jasper, and is like, no. Says, so what is the plan of attack here?
I do think we do need to check out the cemetery, but what are we gonna do about, like, those two? They can't, like, we can't leave them here alone.
The
Jimena,
watchmen could stay outside while they're staying here.
Jimena reaches under her wheelchair and holds out a handful of zip ties.
What? What are these for?
She goes, if you have a kink, I don't want to know.
No!
Bingo card.
I already
She's-
dated a vampire. This is too much.
she looks at you and she's like, bet I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. But if you need to truss up the other one for the remainder of this op, she goes, then that's probably an acceptable balance.
Violet looks at Vash and is just like, do you want to trick her? Do you want to tell her we're playing a game? She might be into it.
Which of us has the highest?
You know, the funny thing about that is, I don't think a single one
I
of
don't
you
think
took
anyone has intimidation.
Literally
have-
not
Still.
a single person.
I have
So-
persuasion.
That's what you were about to say.
I have charisma and persuasion.
Literally not a single one of you took intimidation.
I have manipulation. Maybe
I
can
also have
manipulate.
manipulation.
I think the two of you should somehow convince her that this is for her own good and it's not trying to hurt her or in any way keep her for longer
mean-
than we have to. Put it that way. Like, we need to keep you here for your own protection.
I don't
But-
think that is going to be a problem. I think Megan's going to be the problem. And like I said,
Yeah.
if we can convince her that it's a game or something, she might be into it.
Mm,
I think she'd do anything that Vash asks her to.
And I kind of think she's the kind of person that'll do anything to be by his side. So this, she's You need to put another $20 on this?
No.
Are you sure you want to take that bet, Jasper?
Good luck, man. Go for it. Do
Violet
your
just like
best.
Jasper's good about losing bets, so.
Well, like I said about the last one, it was a bet I was glad to lose.
fair.
That is true.
And I managed to make that shot.
So,
Go for it,
What?
Vash.
so what are you gonna do?
Come on, Vash, let's go try to convince her to play a game.
Let's go and see if she really wants to play and have fun with us, shall we?
Okay.
You like to play a game of thermonuclear war?
So, when you guys go into the next room, she is like wandering through the safe house, like looking in rooms, like looking for Vash's sleeping quarters.
Is there a basement in the safe house? Or isn't there?
I would say yes, but the basement is actually your surgical room.
Let's just put her in a bedroom.
Alright. You want to try your room or my room?
I'd like your room better.
Alright.
Not my
Oh.
room.
Alright.
So, how are you going to go about doing this?
Oh god.
Violet, wait around the corner. I'm gonna talk to Megan, and we're gonna have a little chitty chat upstairs. You wait for me to yell, and then I'm gonna need your help getting this woman tied down.
You don't want to like try to persuade her or convince her.
She's a little hot-headed, so anything that everybody else tries to do might not work.
Okay, but like so am I.
You're easier to handle than she is. He's like a freaking cannonball.
You may be hot-headed, but you're not completely infatuated over him.
You're easier to handle than she is. Okay, we'll do this your way.
Hey,
So
Megan, can you
She's
come
like,
here real quick?
She's like, of course.
Get her into the bedroom. Start asking her how things have been going.
She like immediately starts like making moves on you, like
Oh god.
Violet,
like
Violet,
Coming! Coming.
He broke quick.
Megan, this isn't what I wanted to talk about or what I wanted to do right now. Maybe later. But you ignored the part. This
You
is what you get.
you're even giving her a chance. Really?
when you come into the room, Violet, she looks at you and she's like, see, he even told me we could do it later.
Yeah, but you're not the one that lives here. I am.
She's like, we can change that. I could move in.
This is actually like triggering Violet's like slight jealous girlfriend instinct, and she's just like, nope, this is not a real thing. Like in her head at least. She's like, do you want to play a game with us?
I'm acting.
You want to play a game with us?
She's like, not with you.
Oh, come on, Megan. You know you've had some inklings in the past. Do you not remember the conversations in the laboratory?
She's like, only when you looked good in a dress.
Oh, he's fabulous in a dress.
I'd pay to see that.
Don't you want to make him happy?
she's like, not with you. She's like, I can make him happy all by myself.
I'm sure you can.
And at this point, everybody hears
Thud.
Jimena's wheelchair rolling down.
What? I'm sorry.
She rolls in front of the door.
Just sees Violet trying to pin Megan down.
And she's like, oh my god, has nobody ever done anything like this before? She pulls out a long-barreled, wide-barreled pistol, aims it at Megan's stomach, and pulls the trigger. The sound is dull, and Megan hits the ground almost immediately, clutching her stomach.
But
Jimena says, rubber bullets. She goes, now truss up the turkey. We need to go.
Come on, Violet. I'll help you put her in the closet. Just make sure the zip ties are tight and those feet are bound and the doors are tied shut.
Take her shoes off.
yeah, I
No
know.
shoelaces.
She's a turkey. You gotta stuff her first.
No.
Check that one off the bingo card.
10 points to Gryffindor.
When you say Slytherin?
Well
And Hufflepuff
done,
all
folks.
everywhere?
Well
I don't
done.
know. A Slytherin joke seems a little inappropriate after the stuffing joke.
I mean, Vaxis is the one that's wanting to slither on in, so I mean...
Sorry, it was right there.
That is also what she said.
Come on, Vash. I have a feeling that he's got a lot more strength than she does.
Alright.
Just like, help me.
Yeah, alright. I'll grab her feet. You just kind of waddle with her arms. If she hits her head, it'll be okay. She might forget.
I just don't want her biting.
So,
Don't let your legs get near her mouth.
after trussing up and securing your now hostage.
Oh
what
god,
is-
we have a hostage now!
What is your next step from here?
We need to check out that cemetery. Come on, Jess. We need to. I don't know if Vax needs to stay here or not.
Let's pack our gear real quick. Make sure we have everything we think we could need.
Yeah.
Let's
So,
make sure we pack extra steaks too this time.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys? So, you've got a target. You know where your end game is here. What are you guys each bringing with you?
You have access to a UV floodlight. Did that do anything?
So far, seems like you've been mostly fighting kindred who have not had a problem with light. So that doesn't seem to be.
That's right. We got that Daywalker.
Do we know that Kindred frenzy to fire?
You do know that they're vulnerable to fire.
Okay. So fire might be something we want to, like some phosphorus shells or something like,
I could work on making some thermite kind of jury-rigged pipe bombs.
Jimena checks the.
I-
She says the last ferry over there is in about 5 hours.
Okay, so
She
we have
said-
time.
So she says, "So you have 5 hours between now and then before you need to go."
I'm thinking instead of explosive so much more incendiary, so like more like Molotov cocktail type stuff. If fire is gonna be a deterrent or our main,
Would Ricky have anything?
Flamethrower? Said he deals out the back.
He does.
Give him a call, man.
Yeah, I could call Ricky.
After 2 rings, it picks up. Says, Ricardo's on main. What can I do for you?
Hey, Ricky. It's Vi.
He's like, "Well, sister, it seems weird that I'm hearing from you twice in one day. You say been out of trouble?"
Do I ever?
He goes, "Oh Lord, what do you need now?"
You know, I need fire. I need fire.
He's like, "What are you trying to have a barbecue? Then go to the fucking store. There's got briquettes there."
No. This is gonna sound weird. And I can't have. Please don't ask questions. I know you
She-
never do.
He's like, "Oh dear Lord."
I'm looking for something. Akin to maybe a flamethrower.
It's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck do you need that for?
I thought you didn't ask questions.
Haven't had anybody ask me for a flamethrower either.
I need to exterminate some things, and they're vulnerable to fire. I've got a pest problem. And
That's one
The
hell of a pest.
yeah, you could say that. The usual things aren't working, so fire.
they're treants.
The ants are getting out of control.
There's a long pause, and he says, "I don't have anything like that. I haven't sold anything like that out of the back in a while." He says, "Your best bet," he says, "head to the liquor store, make yourself some Molotov cocktails." Says, he says, "But here's the other side to that trick." Says, "A lot of times you throw a Molotov cocktail and the glass breaks and it doesn't catch fire." Says, "So you're going to want to carry a lot of alternative ways to flints or lighters, anything that's going to be able to catch the fluid in case it doesn't catch."
I think
said-
she.
Says, "On the flip side of that, know that if you have to do that, you're going to have to get up close."
Really cost effective by like
My other idea was to create napalm, styrofoam, and gasoline.
I think she. Vi puts her hand over the speaker. She's like, I mean, we could do that too. And then it's like, okay. I'm trying to do this on a budget, Ricky.
Styrofoam and gasoline is about as cheap as it gets. I hate to say it.
Buying a bunch of lighters isn't really cost effective.
Says, "Well, you're your alternative is going the old-fashioned way with a gas cannon or rag. It's just, or just splashing it on them. Again, though, you're still going to have to get close enough to light them on fire.
Okay.
Unless we
He's
know
a-
where they're going to be, and then we can just coat the area they're going to be.
Yeah.
That'll
He's
be
a-
an investigation, though.
Does Ricky have any like really cheap cars?
You don't need any. It's cool. I've got resources.
So
What does Ricky say?
he hasn't said anything since he mentioned the gas cannon and lighter.
Okay. Should I ask him about the car thing?
No, like Vax said, he contact.
Okay. Okay. Um.
Just to let you guys know, I have a level 3 in resources, which means I'm pretty well in the money.
Okay.
So I've got, you know, it like most typical things that we would need, I should be able to provide just because I'm monetarily
Okay.
am well endowed.
Unless you've got some special ammo for me, I think that's all I can ask right now.
He says, no, but if you're... he says, look, I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to know what you're doing. He goes, if it's that serious, he says, I know a guy who knows a guy. He says he might be able to assist with your problem. He says, but he says none of his stuff is cheap, and he's not exactly what I would consider good company.
I think I've dealt with worse. And I know a guy who's got money and looks over at Vax. If I really need to, I could do it.
He gives you a phone number.
She writes it down.
Says, if you really, really need this. He says, then says, call this number, make an appointment. He says, but these are not good people. He says, I hate to see you doing this.
I'll weigh my options.
He says, good luck, little sister. And he
Thank
hangs
you.
up.
She just sighs. Well, we have options. I got a very vague warning, but I got options.
Okay.
I don't know. Spending Vax's money rather than getting in the mob or something.
Of course, you would be for spending my money. It's not yours.
I mean,
I'm poor.
so here's the thing. What Ricky told Violet is that it's also expensive. So Violet would be spending Vax's money.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
back
no, I went ahead and put in the chat.
Yeah.
You saw. That's the what the book says. My resources are.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
I'm short a helicopter basically of being 4-star.
well, if you're I think Vash would look over at Vaxis and be like, well, if you're short of just a helicopter of really nice things, what can you get in high-end equipment for us, my dear
Yeah.
boy?
That's a good question. It just says high-end equipment for several people.
Could we get a flamethrower?
So here is going to be
Might be role-based.
That, or it might still be based on a connection. Like, you still would need the connection
right,
to
and I
spend
and
the
I,
money.
Okay.
yeah, and that's
If
kind of
that's
the
the case.
yeah, and that is in fact the case in this for something like that. Like flamethrowers aren't made anymore, not for not like they used to be. They're used for landscaping.
Right.
Funny enough.
Mhm.
Said, and the old-fashioned ones that you can get your hands on, like the World War II ones, like those are considered antique and have huge tax stamps. Like there's tons of loopholes you need to get in touch with. So there's contacts and contacts and contacts you would want to have in order to have access to.
And my contact is a pharmacist, so he's not going to be able to help us get a flamethrower, unfortunately.
I know that there's the disadvantage of having to get close, but we already know they want to get close to us. I think the Molotov cocktails and you know, other incendiaries, handheld incendiaries, are probably our best option. Just need to brainstorm on that problem
Napalm,
of
water
if it-
balloons, and
just something that's either going to make sure to catch, or we're going to be able to figure out that missing, how do we get it to ignite if it doesn't ignite.
Blow torches.
Not a
Typically-
bad idea.
Blowtorches typically burn hot and cut. They don't light things on fire.
even if what it touches is flammable, like gasoline or napalm.
Yeah,
or
we're talking
something
about
that,
like the
it wouldn't-
backup of if we toss it and the flame goes out, but it splashes them with gasoline or XYZ, having the blowtorch back up when they get close enough in range. I kind of see it. I mean,
Because, like, there are lighter blow torches.
hmm, you saw them at the head shop.
Yeah. Hell, they sell them at the grocery store I
Yeah,
work
I
at.
don't know. I'm not trying. I honestly don't know. I'm just. I'm asking.
I have never seen a blowtorch used to start a fire.
I have started a fire with a blowtorch
I was about
before
to say,
in
should
real
we
life.
YouTube this? Are there some cool videos out there?
I have.
I will
Personal-
accept if somebody else has done it. I will accept that as being a way to do it.
Yeah, I've started a bonfire with a blowtorch. It was fun.
Like I
But
said,
the blowtorch are still rolling like 6 foot
Right.
like length flames.
what we're
It's not like
saying
you
is
get
we
like.
just-
It's not a flamethrower like we're gonna have range or anything.
No, but like it's better than a dinky little lighter.
Correct. No, I yeah.
So, what are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you? How are you going to procure the
What are we
gear that you're?
packing? Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to make do we want to make Molotov cocktails? Are we going to the liquor store? Do we want to get blowtorches?
I think, Violet, if you go get the alcohol, I'll go run to the store and get some of the lighters and things needed.
Okay.
Then what do you need, Vaxis, for your bombs?
Oh, wait, you're just trained for napalm?
Yeah.
Napalm is just styrofoam and gasoline, for the most part.
How are you going to distribute it though?
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part, is distributing it. It would either be in the Molotov cocktail bottles, but you know, if we already have Molotov cocktails going, that's probably going to be sufficient.
Okay.
Honestly.
What if we
I don't
have
know that we need
sponges?
napalm, too.
Sponges?
Sponges.
What?
Sponges would hold alcohol and things, and they would stay lit.
That's
Yeah.
genius.
Then you risk getting it on your hands too. So when you try to light something, your
Oh,
hands are
true.
soaked in whatever the
Mm.
Not
True.
bad in theory.
the Molotov cocktails work because the alcohol is contained in the bottle. When you throw it, you don't have it all over your hands.
Hmm.
What is so? So what is the next step to get this prepared for you guys?
Violet needs to go
Some
to a liquor
Molotov
store.
cocktails, and then liquor store, some rags. Let's get
Like-
some Molotov cocktails made up. And then,
Really high proof vodka, probably.
So when you get to the Violet, when you go to the liquor store, does anybody else go to the liquor store with Violet?
No, I'm gonna stay behind and pack
Okay.
our packs and just kind of. No, I assume by now I would know everybody's weapons, what they like to carry with them. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna make myself useful in getting our packs ready with our weapons and gear, aside from what they're going to. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, so you're getting everything packed up. Vesh, what are you doing?
I'm probably gonna go with Violet, and that way we can do kind of a run straight through run to the liquor store and then the store to pick up items.
Yeah.
Okay, Vax, what are you doing?
I was probably gonna head with them too. I figure if we're doing Molotov cocktails, the more arms to carry things, the better.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you get to the, there's a local liquor store nearby. When you get in there, it is not particularly well stocked. It is the hard liquor that they have is either the super well known like brand name stuff, or it is the bottom of the shelf, bottom of the well, like hooch. Like this is not great for a
Hey,
selection.
as long as it's over 80 proof alcohol, we're not drinking it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So there is a bunch.
Dude, I hate to say it, but like the bottom of the ground hooch is perfect for this sort of situation. You're not drinking it.
Yeah.
It's not like you're gonna try and drink it.
As
You
long
just
as
need it to
it's
be on
not.
fire.
I will. This is just knowledge that I have offhand. Sugary alcohols like rum and other things wouldn't burn as well.
Right.
Vodka, whiskey, grain alcohols, those
The
tend
other
to.
thing is avoid plastic bottles. We want them
Yes.
to break.
So you find a variety of bottles. Now, how many of these are you planning on buying?
Bunch,
10?
probably.
I mean, it's kind
We
of up
still
to
need to
that.
carry them with us.
But there are
Like,
3 of
I-
us.
Dozen?
I guess
Said a
a
dozen
dozen.
and
Yeah,
we're
three a
each carrying-
person. Three each.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 each. Sounds
Okay.
about right.
So you make your alcohol purchases. What's the next stop after that?
Lighters.
If we don't have rags, rags and lighters.
Yeah, rags and lighters.
So Rags is a quick stop at a local Salvation Army to buy a bunch of t-shirts, old t-shirts, a bunch of blankets or things like that you can tear up or cut up pretty easily. So that's an easy and cheap
Then lighters, we should be able
purchase.
to get gas station wherever. Yeah, lighters.
Yeah. You can find the little blowtorch lighters at gas stations.
Yep.
So you've got all of your stuff prepped. You head back to the safe house and start putting everything together. Jasper, what have you been doing while they're out? What is your, with this time that you've had alone in the safe house?
I think I might do some since cemetery that look at get a grasp of the.
So one of the things that you notice about the cemetery is that it is kind of, even though it is right on the water, it is also kind of on a cliff. So it's not exactly like there's easy water access there from the road. The cemetery, it's not a particularly large cemetery. Most of the plots have low headstones, or the ones that are kind of like set in the ground, rather than the kind that stand up or like the mausoleum style, although there are a couple of the bigger ones. The other thing that's kind of note, or to make note of, is that there is no internal access to it, which is to say there's a road that goes up to the outside of the cemetery, but there's nowhere to, it's basically street parking. There's nowhere to actually get a vehicle into the cemetery. Not particularly.
Yeah, otherwise I'd be packing everybody's individual weapons, flashlights, goggles,
Gloves.
yeah.
So let's talk.
Six.
Let's talk everybody's individual weapons. Aside from the Molotov cocktails, Jasper, what are you taking with you?
Brass knuckle and both my knuckles.
Okay. Vash, what would be your typical loadout?
Machete and a little pistol.
Like a snub nose 38 or something like that.
Yeah, like a little 6-hour 9mm.
Violet, what about you? What is your loadout?
Walther PPK and a Ruger Mark V.
All right. Vaxis, what are your weapons of choice?
Probably brass knuckles and a knife.
All right. So, with that, the sun is starting to descend, and you have a boat to catch. When you get to the ferry, it is busy, full, not packed. The ride from Seattle proper to Bainbridge Island, under other circumstances, is a fairly gorgeous trip and an opportunity to see the sound, see the mountains. Tonight, there's not a whole lot of time to reflect on how beautiful things are. Particularly when you know that everything's on the verge of just going completely to shit here very shortly. So, while you're floating across that sea, Jasper, thoughts? What are you thinking heading into this?
Anxious, nervous. Just really feeling out of my element that I've, most part, since I've been on the run, kind of stayed pretty non-confrontational. Is big step. Trying to go on the.
Bash, what are you thinking?
That this has gone from okay, that can kind of handle this to an oh shit nightmare. What are we about to get into? Am I about to come across some people that kind of caused some issues in the past?
Violet, final thoughts.
She's tired. She's wondering, she's anxious, she's tired, she's wondering how far this is going to go. What in her life led her here? And she's just vaguely wondering, is he part of this?
Baxis, thoughts.
Just trying to make sure that we go into this prepared and at least as prepared as possible. You know, I know we can never prepare for every situation, but you know, just trying to make sure that we go in as prepared as we can and hopefully come out all four of us alive.
So, as the ferry docks on Bainbridge, the cars filter off of it, including yours. The drive is mostly straightforward. As you're driving into this uncertain night, it is difficult to perhaps erase the tension and butterflies. There's perhaps the thoughts that maybe this is not what you actually signed up for. That you thought that maybe you were trying to do some good in the world, and now you're stalking cemeteries with Molotov cocktails, hoping to avert some sort of catastrophe. Those fears are, if not allayed, at least pushed to the side when you get to the cemetery and you notice that an entire wall of the cemetery has just been bulldozed over.
Hmm.
Well, it looks like we have a way in for the car.
Standing at the bulldozed area are two people wearing hoodies and masks. They look almost identical, if not that one was a little bigger than the other. When you guys drive up, one of them steps out into the road, puts his hand up, and makes a motion like he's a road worker, being like, "Oh, sorry, there's construction here. You need to move on by." But his skin is white. White the way the living can never be. So, what do you guys do? I'm going to assume it's
Probably-
Jasper driving.
Mhm.
I say our best bet is probably to drive ahead just a little bit out of view, park the car, and then walk back on
There's
foot.
no out of view, guys. We're standing.
And they told us to drive on. They told us to keep going. So I was.
I don't think there's a
thinking just-
keep going. I think it's that you'd have to. He's suggesting we turn around and go back. I think from the
Was that what he said? Or what?
From the explanation, the road ends at the gates, right?
If that's the case, I misunderstood that.
No, the road goes by it.
Oh,
Goes
so
like
it's
right next.
By it.
parallel. Okay.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So they were telling us to go through. So I'd say we drive through out of their purview, park the car, and then kind of walk back.
Yeah, could work.
But
Sneak in. Try to sneak in. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just
Absolutely.
drive. Just kind of. Sorry. Driving.
So if you keep taking the road, it actually kind of takes an angle and goes away from the cemetery. And there is any number of different places that you could just park the car on the side of the road there, or
okay.
it is a narrow road, but it's mostly wooded back here.
Say we start sneaking our way towards the graveyard where we were going.
Yeah.
So as you start to creep through the woods from the car, you can hear chanting. It sounds like maybe Latin, but you're not really sure. As you get to the tree line and you can look into the cemetery, the site is unorthodox, to say the least. The wood chipper with night landscaping is butted up basically right against the edge of the cliff, with its sprayer out into the sound. In front of the wood chipper, there is a very crudely constructed wooden ritual cage. There is a person on a gurney who looks... It's the exact same medical setup that you saw in that van. But this guy looks completely emaciated.
Still blue skinned.
Blue-skinned, completely emaciated. What makes this worse is that, from what you can see, he is shuddering, and he is still alive.
Oh no.
Thing we that I hate to do that to an innocent person. We really think he wants the.
Standing on top of the wood chipper, over top of the person in the ritual cage, is the woman who is described to you. She is completely shaved. Her entire basically everywhere that's not her face is covered in tattoos. And she is wearing a it almost looks like priestly ritual vestments, except that she's ripped the arms off. Around her, there are a smattering of others who are all quite literally dressed in black robes with hoods. They have done everything possible to make this look like the worst B cheese exploitation movie.
Wickerman!
And it would be almost funny
Plan 9 from outer space.
if you didn't think that they were maybe a little bit possible for pulling it off. So, what do you do?
Huh? How long do we wait before we start throwing Molotov cocktails? Because they seem to be crowded up right now.
Yeah. And they're on a wooden thing.
And that would be really combustible. That'd be really unfortunate if they kind of all just lit up.
So let me be more clear. The only one who is on the wooden ritual cage is the person who's attached to the medical equipment. The rest of them are spread out. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know if they need to survive this. It may not be a good idea for whoever's on that gurney
That's
to
what I'm
survive
saying.
whatever's.
I think they're in the condition we saw the other. They don't have to
That
come back from.
yeah, they're I don't want to say they're beyond saving, but
I will. They're beyond saving.
They're
It's
not
okay.
savable.
I'll save for you.
Use my boss's work phrase: "Fire in the hole."
Oh, I've seen that porn. Anyways, so what is how are you going to approach this?
I think we
Do we visibly see our targets?
Yes. The only thing about this that's the only really working against you is that between the tree line where you guys are and them, there's probably a solid 50 yards of cemetery.
Damn. Okay. We
Now,
can't
none
throw
of them that
something
you
150 feet.
Yeah, none of them that you see are openly carrying guns or anything like that. But you can hide a lot of sins in a row.
Right. I guess if we're still 50 yards away, we're gonna have to close the distance a little bit.
do we want to
There's
sneak?
Yes,
I think
definitely try
sneak-
to anyway.
I should have asked about
What?
just
I
other
almost-
with the level of tech that we have and have access to. Would we have some kind of like inner ear piece radio communication? We're not having to have our phones in our.
If I would say that if you had planned for that, then yes. So if you're saying that you guys have that at this point, then yeah, you guys can have.
Like, I think that's
basically
just a basic level of surveillance tech that I would have had for us.
Yeah.
Okay. So what
Okay.
I'm
Reduce.
saying is, since we have this contact each other, what if we take a spread around and fan out, but still staying to where we can kind of at least see each other?
Would be good.
and then fan around so like we have equal distance from each other, and hopefully it's like surrounding them, since we'll each have a different angle for tossing our cocktail.
That
I'm
would
totally
work.
open to other ideas, though. I know that sounds kind of shite.
That works. We just got to be careful of the cliff side.
Yeah.
Well,
If
what I'm
there's-
saying is not a full surrounding. Those that are getting close to the cliffside would still, stay pretty far. You just want to have sights and throwing range on the cage.
And if one gets discovered, we all have to
We-
kind of converge. So.
Right. Got the other three as an element of surprise.
Hopefully, no one gets discovered. But if one does, the other three should be able to converge in on.
So, you guys, is this the plan that you guys are going to enact?
Unless
Seems
somebody
like
has a
good
better
enough
one.
plan.
I think sticking to kind of the tree line and surrounding the cemetery is going to be the best bet to kill off the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So, you guys spread out. You guys are each about 30 yards apart. And you guys start trying to creep across the ground. I need everyone to make a dex and stealth roll. If you don't have stealth, you can use your athletics. But if you're using your athletics, then you're not being stealthy. You're just attempting to basically cover the distance as quick as you can.
And for those of us with neither,
Sucks to be you.
I'm a city dweller. I mean, I have survival.
Yeah, I was about to say I've only got some dexterity.
I would say you could use your dex and
So how many am I rolling?
I would say it would end
Whatever
up being just your dex.
Right, I'm 4.
So in my case, I have both dex and
So it'd
stealth.
just be whichever you have the higher of.
You have to,
No,
she has dex and
add
stealth, so
both.
you add
If
them.
She
So
has
you
both. She
Oh,
adds.
oh.
I get
thought-
5. Okay.
I thought she was asking between stealth and athletics. My bad.
All right.
No! Willpower it is.
okay. So hold on the willpower roll.
Okay.
Till everybody does their roll.
Getting excited.
Mine's a 4, not a 6. It says 6, but it's 4.
Here we go. Nothing.
Okay, so Vaxis, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 successes. 1, 2, 3, or 3 successes for Violet. Excuse me, 2 successes for Violet. 1 success for Jasper, and 2 successes for Vash. So, who wants to use willpower to reroll some of these?
I have a feeling I need to.
Okay, then
Do I need to, or
I would say
You want-
yes. You've only got 2 successes, so
Okay.
so
Usually 3 is the default. Kind of like if you've ever played D&D, like DC 15 is the
yeah,
default.
yep,
But
yeah.
it can always be higher.
See,
So
I'm coming off of
3
this
is-
from D&D, so
Yeah, so 3 successes is usually the lowest amount you can get by with, but you
Okay.
never know if you need more than 3 or not. So it's
yeah,
just
I'll
kind of a
re-roll
general.
3.
so 2 more successes. So Violet is at 4 successes.
Yes.
Actually, is that there's 2 zeros in there? 0 in the first one and 0 in the second. So she's actually.
That's true. Yep,
6.
good catch.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Vax, are you gonna go for reroll anything? Or are you keeping what you got?
I think I'm gonna keep what I've got with the 4.
Okay. Vash, Jasper, are you rerolling? Okay, reroll.
I'll reroll. I'll roll 3.
Yep.
Nice.
So that's
Nice.
3 successes plus Vash. You already had the other 2, so that's 5 successes for you. And that's so yes. So everybody manages to hit the bare minimum of successes needed in order to.
Right. Go Team Venture.
It does, however, mean that a couple of you are getting very, very low on willpower.
That's why I decided
I only
not
had
to
4 to
reroll
start
Marley.
with. Like, I may have the least amount of willpower of the group.
It's like I might need this willpower to throw these Molotov cocktails. I'm gonna.
So you guys managed to close the gap to get across and into throwing range. So the question now is, how do you do this? What is everybody aiming at? So let's go down the line. Jasper, you managed to cover the distance. What do you do once you're there?
Okay, so we need to figure out which of us took the 2 positions to the sides of the cage and which of us took the outer reach.
We'll let you guys figure that out. Time's up.
I was just gonna ask which of us, would have a background with like a decent throwing arm.
Probably me. I got a high dex, so.
I'm guessing like Dex, Athletics. So
I have no
Probably me
athletics, but I have 3 in dex.
we're in Dex. So I'll take one position. The side of
Like I
the
said,
cage.
I've got a
That's the
pretty
other.
high dex in athletics, so.
Yeah, so I think you should take the other side.
Yeah,
That's cool with the group.
that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay. So backs are on either side of the cage. So y'all toss it once and get the element of surprise and rain down chaos.
That sounds like the best option. I mean, all bottles hit,
Vax
within.
aiming for the cage.
That way they have a chance to ignite each other if one doesn't go off.
Yeah.
Okay, so who is aiming at the cage and who is aiming at what else are people aiming at?
Well, Vax.
Guess me and Jasper at the cage.
Okay.
But like one of us needs to go high and one of us needs to go low in hopes of catching Vamp in the mix.
Yeah.
We're both aiming kind of
go
the same
high.
direction, but kind of like crossing like that. So, guessing you're probably taller than me. Probably take Vamp, and I'll take.
Like I said, I can go high.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are Vash and Violet? What are you throwing at?
Also a Molotov, but at some of the other cultists? Question mark.
So you're gonna try to hit some of the people who are wearing robes.
Yeah.
Okay, Vash, what are you doing?
I'm gonna aim for the wood platform. And if it hits kind of the edge, then some of the alcohol might splash down on the cultists, as well as the platform.
Okay, so this is going to be your either your strength or your dex, whichever is best. And then if you've got athletics, roll athletics. If you do not have athletics, but you have awareness, you can use your awareness roll to try to basically, as you're attempting to gauge the space.
Okay.
This is for everyone, or are we doing it
And
one
this
at a
is-
time?
And this is for everybody.
Okay.
Dex plus awareness.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Holy crap. I'm re-rolling. Ridiculous.
Oh yeah!
Oh.
Oh, finally.
I don't know if I need to reroll or not. I don't think I do.
You've got 4 successes.
You've got 4 successes. That's
Yeah.
not terrible.
Okay.
Okay, so Vash and Vaxis, do you want to reroll?
I do.
Okay.
These vamps aren't the only thing being burned up
Jeez,
right now.
my goodness. 11 dice. 11 dice and only one success.
I gotta hope that the splash off the cage gets her robes. Hmm.
Okay.
Damn.
So here
Be surprised
is
if I don't light myself on fire.
Don't give the GM ideas.
no, you don't light yourself on fire, but you do get it on your hands. So if you happen to go home later, make sure you wash your hands before you do anything. Anyways, so going down the list. Vex, your shot just sails completely wide.
Just goes
Like,
right
you
off
don't-
the cliff.
Like
It's an
you hit
explorer's
somebody, like you hit somebody's graveyard or gravesite and light it on fire, but it's not anybody that's relevant to anything that's going on tonight. It'd be cool as like a picture of like a tombstone that's on fire, but in terms of effectiveness,
Fuck you, random person.
Burning Graves. It's our new metal band name.
Love that.
Burning headstones.
Oh, we can make something work like
Violet, when you throw yours and it hits the cultist, you end up with a situation where it hits the cultist and it starts to light their robes on fire, which immediately causes them to start freaking out and start running around, and they bump into somebody else, which causes their robes to start on fire. That person's able to quickly pat their robe out and basically discards it. However, the original person who you hit basically ends up literally running off into the night on fire.
Good
Vash.
thing we have extra.
When you throw your bottle, it hits the side of the platform, and the bottle itself doesn't shatter. It just kind of hits and then spins off to the side. So there is still a slowly emptying Molotov that is nearby, but has not effectively gone off.
Hopefully mine will catch it.
Now here's where I need a little bit of clarification. Jasper, were you aiming at the wicker cage or were you aiming at the person on the wood chipper?
I thought we were both going for the cage, and I was going high, and she was going low. That's what we had mentioned right before. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I went toward the cage.
Okay, so when the bottle sails through the air and hits the base of the cage itself just like it hits in like a giant fireball and like sets the entire cage on fire.
I don't care how big the room is. I cast fireball.
Which under normal circumstances would be an incredible feat, as you've just managed to completely dose the person on the gurney in flaming liquor. You can't help but notice in horror that the liquor on him doesn't catch because it's freezing. Like the liquor, as soon as it's splashed on him, even at that high of a proof, basically turned to icicles. At this point, the remaining cultist, the woman on top of it, points at the four of you and screams, "Interlopers!"
Round 2.
And now the weather?
There are about 4 remaining cultists who all turn, not counting the woman, who all turn and start running at each of you. Not 4 each, but 4 total. So
Okay.
1 each.
Oh, fuck.
So what are you going to do?
Molotov tag?
That is certainly an option. You're going to grab it.
Serpentine!
If there's time enough to throw a Molotov at the guy running at
Yeah,
me,
that
I'll
would be
do
my
it.
first
But
instinct
if,
is light the next one and throw it in this fucker's face.
but if there's not time enough, like I think he's gonna get to me before I'll be able to get it off, then it'll be time to switch to melee.
I would say that you think you've got a pretty decent shot at getting it thrown.
Okay. Now I will try the Molotov.
So Jasper and Vex are going to throw another Molotov. Vash, Violet, what are you guys doing?
She's probably gonna take a shot with the one running at her.
They're gone?
Yeah, with her gun.
Okay.
One of her guns.
We're going to come back to that, Violet. Vash, what are you doing?
I would take my machete and as soon as the person got close, I would start trying to swing and lop parts off and hit their neck.
Okay, so because you two in the middle have slightly different situations that are playing out. Jasper, Vax, throw your Molotovs.
Hey, that's better. It's 4 though. Ooh.
So
Considering you're the one that got like the 10 successes last time.
Ellen, you roll 20 hates me.
I hate roll 20.
So, Vaxis, you get 4 successes. Do you want to spend another willpower to...
Does he even have any left?
I think I'm on. I do. I actually have 2 willpower left, but I'm
How
not
many
going to
will-
spend another one on this.
How many did
I
you
had
start out?
6.
Oh, okay. I only have
I had
4,
6, and
so...
we rested. When we rested, I regained 2. So
Mhm. So you're going to stick with your 4. Jasper, I'm assuming you're re-rolling.
Yeah.
it's 2.
So here is what happens with you two. Vax, this guy who is running at you, he is taking off at a dead sprint. And when you light that Molotov and you hit him, It sails a little low, and it looks like you would have hit him in the sternum. But you've thrown it hard enough that when it hits him, it actually causes him to kind of double over. And so he ends up like actually hugging the Molotov cocktail
Shit.
as he goes down. So when he hits the ground from having the wind knocked out of him,
His first inhale is.
yeah, like he's basically gets a giant face and chest full of fire. So he like hits the ground and he is screaming.
Nice.
Jasper, you whip this, and it goes sailing right past her. And she straight up football tackles. So so at this point, you have been now knocked to the ground, and you have a pissed off cultist on top of you.
I managed to get to my knife.
Probably. We're going to come back to that.
Okay.
Vash, so you've opted to actually go for the hand-to-hand combat portion of the evening.
Yes.
So, I need you to roll your dex and your melee. So, you minimum number was 2. It's on the margin, so it goes to the defender. So as you are dancing back with your blade, you're getting shots in, you're getting little slices and things like that. But it is not enough in your initial set of attacks to actually get anything that's like a crippling attack or a heavy wound. You're getting pieces, you're definitely getting some deep slashes, but they're still coming even as you're still dancing back, continuing to cut. Violet,
Yes.
you said you were going to pull your pistols and shoot.
Yes.
So,
Dex
before,
plus.
before you can do that, I need you to make a composure and resolve roll.
Okay. That's not bad. And then it's composure plus resolve. That'd be 5.
Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll 3?
Yes.
Figured you would.
Not with.
They really are not.
So
The odds were not in our favor.
So this is what happens. You sight up the cultist who is running at you.
Mm-hmm.
And as they get close, they shed their robes. And the face that is underneath is maybe...
Familiar?
No, it's not familiar.
Hmm.
It's beautiful. He
Okay.
is
Oh no, he's hot.
maybe the most beautiful person that you have ever seen. It is like jaw-droppingly beautiful. He slows down and stops. He slows down and stops running at you. And just starts walking towards you in very careful steps. And in a very soothing voice,
Ooh la la.
he says, "You don't want to shoot me." He goes, "Pretty girl like you don't want to shoot me." His words in your ears are euphoric. It is difficult not to. The closer he gets, the harder it is not to think about a time when you've maybe wanted somebody else's approval more than you've wanted his. So, you can still try to shoot him. But the difficulty level is quite a bit harder. Alternatively, you can give in to his intentions, but you have no idea what the end result of that will be.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to fucking flip a coin on this.
Save my friends, fuck a hot vampire. Save my friends, fuck a hot vampire.
I hate this. She's gonna try to shoot.
Okay, so your dex and your firearms.
Okay. Firearms.
Yeah.
So,
She's just like, you're so fucking pretty. But I can't. I've already dated one vampire. I can't do another.
the shot goes through his eye
Oh.
and out the back of his head. And there is a look of utter surprise on his face as he falls forward with his hand out. There is you can't help but look at him and his body. And it's almost painful to think about what you've done.
It is painful for her. Like, that is actually painful for her.
So, at this point, the only person who has a free or action that they can do that is not a responding action is Vax. So we'll start there. Vax, what are you doing?
I guess seeing that Jasper just got tackled, I think I'd be running off to just make sure she's okay. Heading in her direction. His direction, sorry.
So you are going to take off at a dead run and try to help. So what is your plan here? Are you basically going to tackle the tackler? Are you going to...
What is the situation like when I get there? Is he on top of her, or are they, is it like a struggle, or like they're rolling around on the floor, or what?
So at this point, what you would have seen is that that Jasper has been just straight up tackled, and she is on top of him, and that they're grappling.
Then I would try and get her off of him.
Okay.
Tackle, yeah. Reverse tackle, or
sack the sacker.
Reverse cowgirl, whatever.
Yeah.
The only way you can do it and play video games. Anyways, Jasper. This vampire is on top of you and teeth bared and is hitting you. They're not hitting you any harder than you've ever been hit by a normal human, but it's tireless. Like there's never a feeling like it's like when you're fighting them with a person where there's a give and take to it. Like it's just a constant, persistent energy. So what are you doing to fend them off? How are you fighting?
I'm struggling to get my knife out and basically just stab wherever. I mean, hopefully trying to go for the neck. But at this point, I'm so desperate, I'm just trying to do anything to get the person off.
Okay.
I'm not trying to go for a kill shot at this point.
We're both gonna roll bad, and she's gonna stab me as I try to tackle her.
Don't say that shit. Not manifest.
Okay. So, Jasper, I need you to roll your dex. And no, brawls for fist fighting. You're trying to stab somebody here. So,
melee.
You don't have any melee. So it'll be just your dex.
Okay, hold on. Fine. While I'm still trying to fish for the knife, but I do, you know that move when someone's on top of you and you use your legs to take their lower balance and whip them off of you that way? Kind of catapulting them?
Mm-hmm.
That would be considered my brawl, correct? Because it's part of my martial arts training. So I'm going to aim for that while, like, one hand is down, like, trying to get my knife. But I'm going to use my momentum and my legs to kick her off.
Okay. So that would qualify for brawl. So, yeah, dex and brawl.
Okay, so we're looking at 7 here.
And you still have 1 willpower.
Put it. You're gunning for it.
Damn.
Oh!
3
So.
tens.
Critical.
So you throw them. Shame you're not doing anything. Something more lethal.
I know.
So you whip.
Well, maybe she falls back and cracks her head on a rock.
Critical hit, not a messy crit.
She takes a stick through the heart.
So you throw her, and you throw her way harder and way farther away than you had originally intended to. You don't know if it's adrenaline. You don't know if you were just panicked. You don't know what it is, but you launch her off of you, which in turn changes what you see happening, what you can do, Vax, because now the person is off.
Screaming,
so,
get her!
So what are you gonna do? So Vax, so what are you gonna do now that she's been thoroughly discharged off of Jasper?
Maybe surprise steak. See what happens.
Okay. So you're doing like a kind of like a run-in stake here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do your dex and your melee.
On 3 crit, come on.
Do you want to?
It's 3, not 5.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this one I will.
All right, and that willpower. So you lunge as you run across. Jasper kicks her off, sends her flying. She pops right back up like she's going to go and try to jump back on top of Jasper again. But before she can do anything, Vax basically hurdles right over Jasper and just dives in and just drives the stake right into her chest. And she just flops back like a dead fish. Vash, you are still fighting off this kindred who is fainting and is slowly driving you back. You're getting, like I said, little nicks and cuts, but it is certainly not stopping their advance on you. But it is also keeping them from successfully being able to like grab onto you or do anything. It's mostly a holding pattern for both of you. But as I said before, you're gonna get tired before the vampire. So, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna change it up?
I'm gonna have to pull out the 9mm and try to take a shot to finish this person off.
Okay,
I was
so
trying to save ammo.
you're gonna try to pull it at close range and try to.
Check.
Okay.
Dude,
So that's gonna be your dex and firearms.
firearms, that's a 3.
Firearms is a 1. Your drive is a 3.
Oh, yep, you're right. Alright.
Do you want to re-roll 2?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Okay, last willpower. Okay, 2 successes. So you pull your pistol and start firing. The shots are connecting, like you're watching them buckle as the bullets start to drive them back. The problem becomes once you've shot them and basically emptied the clip, and with blood flowing out of their mouth and out of their nose, they still stand back up. And he says, "I'm gonna eat your fucking heart." And continues to lunge for you. Violet. You are your emotional trauma is shocked out by perhaps 2 separate things. One is the rapid fire pops of gunshots from Vash. The other is you hear the wood starting to crack and pop. And as you
Okay.
look over at the wood chipper, through the fire, you see something stand up.
Oh no.
It looks vaguely human, but the proportions are all wrong. The limbs are too long. The chest seems hollow, almost mummified. The head is elongated. And you notice that the air is becoming very cold.
We've learned nothing of how to put this thing down.
We've never seen anything like this.
Right, but Vi had
think-
occult knowledge.
Yeah, Vi has occult
So,
knowledge.
Vi, if you were going to take, you can take the time right now to, if you want, to roll your intelligence and occult to scour your brain and see if there's anything that might.
Yeah, she's gonna do that.
Okay.
That's 4, 5, 6.
You want to spend a willpower to reroll 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So, here is what you know, Violet. You have read about the Wendigo in myths and other legends. You know that just like a vampire, its heart is also its weakness.
Mhm.
But you also know that unlike a vampire, its heart is not a soft, fleshy organ. Its heart is actually frozen. So stabbing it is not an option. It can, however, be shattered or removed.
Okay.
You know that just like a vampire, the Wendigos will attempt to avoid fire when they can. So it's a good thing you still have a couple Molotov cocktails.
Yeah. She still has 2.
The other thing that you know, and you can see very quickly, is the Wendigo is emitting almost a field that causes a creeping rime over everything. The local temperature is dropping. Fog is seeming to spontaneously form in the air, making it look like there are ghosts everywhere as it's washing around.
Question. Does fire incapacitate at least, or weaken it in any way that would give us an advantage?
You don't know, as you
Pummeling
haven't
it?
haven't used it. You do know how, or Violet knows rather, that because they are creatures of ice, that the Wendigo will attempt to stay away from fire.
Right, but it's in a cage that's on fire right now. So
No, not that. Once it stood up, the cage fell away.
Yeah.
And you remember this was what you threw your Molotov cocktail at, and he said when your Molotov cocktail, when the alcohol hit it, it froze, like
right.
the alcohol itself froze.
I just didn't know if we
on
kept
contact,
pummeling
so.
the cage, being that if the cage was still around, that it would.
Okay.
Never mind.
So, as the creature stands up, you, Violet, actually watch as the rhyme. It is almost like something you've seen in movies, as the literal frost just is creeping over everything. The woman on top of the wood chipper is laughing maniacally right up until the Wendigo reaches out and quite literally bites her head off.
One problem down.
So,
That was the bald woman, yeah.
Yeah.
Vash, what are you going to do? So, okay, let me go back. Vax, Jasper, you guys have now basically are freed, so you can respond to other problems now. At least one of you has seen the horror show that's going on near Violet. The other one of you has probably seen that Vash is getting very quickly backed up into a problem.
Yeah.
So what are you guys going to do?
Probably divide and conquer. I can head over to Vash if you want to help out Vi. then whichever one of us gets done first, we'll go over and meet. We both need help right now.
Yeah, I'll head toward Vi and check.
Okay, so Vax? What are you going to attempt to do to help Vash?
Again, try to at least pin down or tackle this vampire that's got him going. Hopefully by surprise, but probably
Okay.
not.
Vash, what are you doing?
I'm just trying to keep myself from getting killed by this vampire that's got blood dripping down. And I'm trying to get a sense of what I could do to to finish this vampire off.
You're pretty sure now. Your little cuts from your machete have not done a whole lot other than nick scratches cuts. But you're perforating it with an entire clip full of ammo has definitely slowed its roll a bit. You've definitely, given the amount of blood that's pouring out of it, it's hurt. So, with that also said, it's also fairly pissed at this point. So, what are you going to do?
With all the blood on it, I'd probably have to run at it with the machete and try to get it lunged.
So you're just going. So you're going to go on the offensive and start trying to hack at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I need you to roll your dex and melee and add an additional die, since it's now wounded. So you're looking at 4 die.
That's not good.
Oh, you
That-
just made it angry.
Vax, you said you are coming to try to sack it from behind, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So same roll as before.
Athletics and melee? Or athletics
Yes.
and dex?
So
6. Okay.
Vash, you go and try to go on the offensive here, trying to cut it up. But all that really happens is you just kind of piss it off more. As it lunges to try to, with fangs bared, to try to go for your throat. Vax straight up spears it. And takes it off its feet. It grabs onto him and is attempting to hold onto him to take its frustrations out. But before it can, he has already managed to step back and get out of range. So you guys now have this prone on the ground to do what you need to do with it. Violet,
Yes.
you're watching as this creature is continuing to have its snack on this bald woman as Jasper runs up. So what do you say? What do you do?
Okay, so this thing is avoidant to fire. And like a vampire, its weakness is its heart, but it's not like fleshy. It's like frozen, so it could shatter, but stabbing it isn't gonna work. Yeah, It's avoidant to fire. We still have Molotovs. I think there's a can of gasoline in the car. I don't know.
Well, there's definitely, I will say this. The wood chipper is gas powered. So there are cans of gas near the wood chipper.
Okay.
Ah,
There's gasoline. We could use that. We have blowtorches. I'm gonna try to shoot it in in the chest. See if that works. Stabbing
So-
it isn't gonna work.
So, Violet, what are you going to do?
Gonna take aim and shoot at it.
Okay. Your
Dex plus.
Could the heart
Guns.
not be shattered with a bullet? Like, you managed to hit
Unknown.
it dead on
Uh,
in the heart?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
Oh,
But I
That's what
think
she's trying. We don't know.
I was asking, was that a possibility for a bullet to do it? Because earlier it was said that it had to be shattered, and that meant.
Dex and firearms. 2, 3, 4. So you pop a shot off at it, and it catches it center mass, and it is not a scream. It is a ear-piercing, painful shriek. It sounds like the largest nails you've ever heard going on the world's biggest blackboard.
Mm.
It is painful.
Yeah, that makes my teeth hurt just to think about.
It turns its kind of elongated head and looks at you and starts to move towards you. Its gait is kind of like a newborn deer, very stumbly, but it's definitely picking up speed as it goes. Jasper, you see this all happen. What do you do?
I'm gonna launch another Molotov at it. Hopefully break its stride.
Okay, so you're gonna throw a Molotov at it. So
I mean, I have enough space between him and Vi, right? I'm not
Right.
not gonna be splashback or something. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
So same as before. Your dex.
Dex, okay.
Do you want to spend a willpower to reroll those two?
Well, it does seem
Do it.
like this is the end of the night, and it's do or die, so I don't really have a choice. Rolling how many?
2. So you hit it dead on in the face and chest, and there is a fireball that goes up, and it screams again, falling to the ground and shrieking. Its legs and arms are so long and uneven that now that it's on the ground, it's having trouble getting back to being vertical.
Bash, get over
So
here
you
with
have-
that machete.
So you have managed to leave it completely vulnerable. Vax. You have the vampire on the ground, prone. when you hear the gunshots and the foof of another Molotov cocktail. And looking over, you see this horror that is now in the vicinity of Jasper and Violet. So what are you guys going to do? Are you going to continue on in your assault of the vampire on the ground, or are you going to run to go help?
I would like to eliminate the threat right here first. That way, once I turn and go address the other situation, I don't have a vampire chasing me. So
I'd say if
I-
you want to,
yeah, if I could stake this one too, I'll try that. If not, if Vash wants to try and lop his head off, that would work too. Either one of those would be pretty effective at this point.
So Vash, what are you
Fast.
We
going to do?
could try both. We could try both just in case one of
both.
us fails.
yeah, both.
Okay, so
There's no reason for this menace to be alive.
So, you're using your machete. That's going to be your dex. And for you, Vax, it's going to be your dex and brawl.
Okay. Ooh.
So, when you go to stake it, you really only end up using the stake to like pin it to the ground. Which is enough, because by pinning it to the ground, you basically leave Vash in a position where it can't move and he's got a clean shot. So using the machete, it is a unseemly affair, so to speak. The machete hits the
Cool. Teamwork.
knife and eats into the vertebrae, and it starts to thrash trying to get away, but can't because it's stuck to the ground. So at that point, it is literally a matter of using the machete kind of as an improvised saw / crowbar to remove
Sever
the
them.
head, which only now leaves the biggest threat. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back and wrap this up.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Quick bio break. Back in a
You're-
few. Make sure you stay hydrated. Get a snack. Back. Right. Thanks for sticking with us through that bio break during our extended stream for Extra Life. I'm joined tonight by Nox, our storyteller. Dog is playing Bash. Taylor's playing Violet. Zach is playing Vax. And we're playing Hunter Reckoning and Scene. So we'll just jump back into it.
So, thanks to the efforts of Violet and Jasper, the Wendigo has been laid out. However, it is struggling to get back to its feet, and you have an additional problem. The longer that it is around, the colder it gets. And the colder it gets, the harder it's getting for you guys to move, to not intrinsically want to start running in the opposite direction away from the cold. So, and going in reverse, what is everybody going to do? Vaxis, what is your plan to execute right now?
Are you muted?
Are you there?
Yep, I am. I was muted. Sorry, I was talking on mute. No, if the Wendigo is away from the rest of teammates, I'll probably expend my last Molotov.
Okay, so you're gonna throw a Molotov. Violet,
It seems to have been somewhat effective, before. So let's try it again.
Plus, the fire has to be.
Violet, what are you going to do?
You said this thing is on the ground?
Mm-hmm. It's struggling to get back up, but it's basically on the ground.
He's throwing another Molotov. I'll try to shoot it again.
Okay. So he's gonna throw a Molotov. Violet's trying to shoot again. Vash, what are you doing?
I'm gonna throw a Molotov at it.
You're gonna throw
My
another
bullet
here.
clips are empty.
Okay. And Jasper, what are you going to do?
Okay. I want to use my knife to make the attempt to cut the heart out. So, however, I can try to accomplish that.
So you're going to attempt to. Just want to make sure I'm being clear. With Vax and Vash throwing Molotovs at it and Violet shooting it, you're going to attempt to
No, I
to
said that's
move
my end goal.
Okay.
So if I need to get move within range or but I'm at least readying my knife and closing in the gap.
Okay, so you're trying to basically move to to try to flank it or try to get within a place where you think you can strike. Okay, so you're maneuvering. So Vax and Vash. I need you to roll your for Vash, your Dex and Athletics. Same for you, Vax, for throwing your Molotov. Three successes. Okay. 3 successes. And Violet, I need you to. If you're shooting again, it's your Dex and your firearms.
Okay.
Okay, so the following things happen. The 2 Molotovs hit the creature and burst into flame.
Nice. Oh, that's just 2.
At about the same time period that Violet opens fire and hits it causing it to scream again. Now, Jasper, you've moved around to the side, and this is the point when you notice something. The flesh around its ribcage has mostly been burned away. And what you can see is what looks like it would be obsidian if it wasn't blue. Stone, shaped roughly like a heart that has cracks running along it from the 2 shots that Violet has. There are only a few pieces of flesh that are still attaching the heart to the creature.
Is it still like on the ground?
At this point, yeah, it's kind of lulled onto its side. It is still trying to get up, but it is definitely suffering.
Okay, because I need Vash over here to start hacking off limbs to incapacitate. And I can ready my blowtorch.
So what are you? So where are you? So are you not doing anything? Are you just kind of still trying to jockey for position?
Yeah. And at that point, I'm screaming for Vash to get over here.
I'm hurrying, Jasper.
So the creature is starting to try to slowly recover itself and stand up. You all have perhaps one more major opportunity, unless you keep knocking it basically back down on its ass, before it finally manages to get back on its feet. So, Vaxis, what are you going to do?
If it looks like the heart is exposed and then I'm trying to go in for a heart shot. Do I know if a stake is going to do anything, or should I just use if a knife would be better?
So given what you see, it looks like it's stone. So you're not sure that your stake would even penetrate it.
Okay.
You're also pretty sure that your knife would not be able to penetrate it. But you think that if you could get in there, you might be able to cut away the fleshy parts and dig it out.
Just get the air. Okay. All right. Then I guess I'm headed in to try and do that.
So. Roll your dex and your melee.
6. 3.
So you've got 3 successes. You gonna spend your willpower?
Yeah, last one. Here goes all my willpower. Hey!
Very
No.
nice.
Hey,
So
With the zeros, that's a lot of...
you rush in and you take your knife and wedge your knife, basically reaching up under the ribs behind the heart. And when you cut, it doesn't even feel like you're cutting away like still living organic material. It feels like you're cutting away almost like dead branches. The heart comes loose in your hands, and the Wendigo shrieks horribly. But as it comes away in your hand, you notice that the heart is still thrumming in your fingers. It is so cold that it hurts just to hold. And even though the Wendigo is on the ground thrashing, it is also not dead either yet.
Horse head.
Hot potato!
Cold potato.
Cold potato!
Cold potato catch.
So, Violet, you see this happen, and you see Vax pull the heart out of the chest.
Yes.
So what do you do now?
Would I know if a shot would shatter it?
You can definitely see cracks in the heart from where you have shot it previously.
Put it on the ground. I'm gonna try to shatter it.
And I'm not keeping it in my hand. It's too cold.
Put it on the ground.
So
I'll
fast.
toss it to her feet if I can.
Okay, so you
Hey,
throw
can
it
you
to.
Yeah, I'll toss it to her feet.
Okay, so it lands roughly near her feet. Violet, you are going to. Is this your? What are you going to do? Are you going to like attempt to kneel down and shoot it one more time, or are you basically just kind of trying to stand a little ways off and just basically empty your clip on it?
I mean, she still has a whole other gun, but
Forget about puzzle.
yeah, she's gonna. She's not gonna be like right down on it. She's gonna step back a little bit and try to shoot it.
Okay, so dex and firearms.
Yep.
At least it's not a moving target this time, so should be a plus.
So 3 successes will do it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank God.
The bullet shatters the heart, and as the heart cracks and falls into chunks, it is almost like watching an ice cube in hot water. The shards of the heart start to liquefy and evaporate, and as it does, the shrieks of the Wendigo shrink from shrieks to murmurs to whispers, leaving a decidedly human-looking skeleton behind. You receive a group text from Jimena. It says, situation report.
Violet just takes a
Determined?
picture of the fucking skeleton.
Indigo downed.
Jimena texts back. Excellent job, team. With that, Shadebreak Cell has executed on another mission and has managed to stop a sect of kindred cultists from executing on a biological attack on Seattle. There are still so many questions left. Who is August Hart? What was the actual point of all of this?
Shawarma afterward?
And those questions may be answered in time. But as the sun comes up over the sound, the members of Shadebreak are able to start the trek back to their safe house and hopefully get a good day's sleep.
Violet just fucking falls asleep in the back of the car.
Hey, I'm like a day sleep. I think we earn like 2 or 3 days sleep.
Like, there's no excuse for that amount of exhaustion.
Like somebody's gonna have to carry Violet into the house. She's fucking asleep.
With that, our one shot comes to a conclusion. Thank you for sticking with us all day and for donating to a good cause.
Yes, thank you.
This
Yeah,
is really
appreciate it.
I had
fun.
a lot of fun. This was fun.
It was
And,
interesting and fun.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And you would like to see the return of Cell Shadebreak and more adventures here in Seattle. Please let the people involved know that you would like to see more and hear more. We will see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
totally down. This was fun.
In the meantime,
Well,
we will return on Monday back to Philadelphia.
Back to Philly. Thanks, Cog. Thanks, Taylor.
Yes, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
both.
Thank you guys.
And
Yeah,
fun.
thank you all. This was really fun.
Oh, that was intense.
It was.
now you see what I go through twice
Well,
a week.
Yeah, this is kind of, you know, if you thought that's intense, like you tune into like Monday nights. These are our Monday night vampire games. We're just usually on the other side of the table, in that, you know, we're the vampires, not the hunters.
And you guys are
Yeah.
totally, absolutely welcome to guest anytime you like. Just give us like a week's head up of when you want to join, and we'll figure out the logistics. But we'd love to have you guys back anytime.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely.
This was very fun.
And, what else, Taylor?
With an changing schedule, I'd have to see, it'd be very played by ear, but like I can definitely try. And
Like I said, it'd be a guesting thing when you think you're available on a Monday. You just
And even
get
if it's
set
not
up.
vampire, there's a lot of, especially our Thursday night games are very much kind of made for drop in, drop out kind of play.
okay.
So, like Mothership is kind of like a drop in, drop out kind of game. You don't have to be there every week. You know, I'm not sure if our next project is going to be the same. But yeah, Thursday nights typically have been, you know, whoever is available, not necessarily like a whole group of, you know, everyone needs to be there every time. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys are available on Thursday nights, usually our Thursday night tabletop sessions are just kind of whoever's available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've been thinking about trying to request Fridays off permanently, so maybe we could do something there. I'm not sure. I'd love to come back and join.
No, we had a lot of fun with both of you. It's great.
Absolutely.
The scenarios we got each other into.
We still have somebody zip tied left in the closet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what happened to those two? Oh my goodness. Well,
Are they just
Don't
do
go
they
up in
just
the
live
room.
there now? I hope not for Vash's sake.
got a Megan in the closet.
No skeletons here, just a Megan.
I'm sure Megan wouldn't mind living in your closet forever, Vash.
Oh God.
Violet, just do me a favor and get some like a gerbil feeder and some food.
Would you plan on making her into
Yeah.
fucking Richard Gere? Jesus Christ.
No comment. Well, I want to thank everybody in Twitchland for sticking with us through our absolute craziness. Would love to do something like this again in the future, and you guys know my schedule. I'll be around. Don't forget to jump on the Discord if you're not already a member. And yeah, I will see you guys Monday evening.
See you then.
Stick around for a raid, everybody.
Later, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.